Anyone?
I think Curtis just texted you and me, Mary, and said he will be on around 10 after, sorry.
Okay.
Running a little late, getting back to Kate.
I see that now. I hadn't looked at, I had turned off my phone so it wouldn't disturb us. Okay, so we will begin.
We're streaming live. You're good to go.
Thank you. Thank you. It is October 20th, 2020. The time is 2:01. And I will open this Grand County Commission and Grand City of Moab joint meeting. Present are Mayor Niehaus, Council members Darcy, Duncan, is Karen on? It's okay. I don't see Karen. Kaylin Jones, Tawny Knoitz, and Boyd. So if Karen joins us, we will let that be known. We also have the city recorder, Summer Johnson, city attorney, Lori Simpson, city manager, Joe Linares, assistant city manager, Carly Castle. For the Grand County Commission, we have Clapper, Halliday, Hawks, McGann, Paxman, and Wojtek. We also have our clerk auditor, Quinn Hall, county attorney, Christina Sloan, administrator, Chris Baird, and assistant administrator, Mallory Nassau. Is anyone on the, and Karen Gooseman Newton has joined us from the City Council. So thank you. Both this, first item on the agenda is citizens to be heard. Both the city and the county have received many emails. As of today at 2:30, we have received 28 local, specifically to the support of some type of regulation. Also 3 emails from non-locals supporting regulations. 38 separate emails were from locals writing with concerns specifically about noise without mentioning any regulations. 55 emails from persons opposing regulations. It's unknown how many were locals and how many were from out of town. 12 emails from non-locals opposing regulations and 3 locals opposing. We were able to confirm that. As of 1:50 today, we had 1,935 signatures on Make Moab Quiet Again. KZMU created a 90-minute program where various citizens were interviewed about the impacts of UTVs, ATV noise is having on their lives. You can find that program by going to kzmu.org.
Mary, just to correct the record, you said the comments that you tallied up earlier were received by 2:30 today. I think you meant 1:30 today. Is that correct?
12:30. I meant 12:30.
12:30. Okay, thank you.
12:30. I saw the 2. Thank you very much.
One other small clarification. I think it was 58 locals specifically in support of some type of regulation. I may have misheard, but it's 58.
58 in support. Thank you. Thank you for those corrections.
And I'm sorry, Chair McGann, just one more clarification. I do believe there was a group of private citizens that produced a program to be broadcast on KZMU, but it wasn't the organization itself that produced that program.
Okay, good clarification. Thank you very much. This being said, we have received many, many emails, and I know I have, and I'm sure the majority of the council and commission have read these emails. So we are asking that the only people who speak during Citizens to be Heard are people who have not written to us through emails or through some other form. This is a time to hear from citizens who have not written comments. Because of our time restriction, we have a lot to cover today. We are only accepting comments from residents of Grand County. When you are called upon to speak, you need to state your name and where you live in Moab, Grand County, Thompson, Cisco. Let us know what part of the county you are from. You will have 2 minutes to speak or less. So, Chris, are you prepared? Chris Baird, are you prepared to see if there are, let some citizens to be heard?
Yeah, so if you're, there's nobody in the waiting room. And so if you haven't written comments on the issues on the agenda, you're welcome to unmute perhaps and speak up. And if you're on the phone, you may have to hit *6 to unmute yourself.
I'm here.
Sarah?
Yeah,
Okay, so you haven't written any comments yet?
not to you guys.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, we've been working with people with substance use disorder for more than
Wait.
12 years.
We need your
And we-
name, first name and last name.
Sarah Melnica from Moab.
Thank you.
We've been working with people with substance use disorder for more than 12 years, and we've learned quite a bit. Like the drug becomes everything, and more is needed to satisfy the craving, that people will give up everything and do anything to get more. And I see clear parallels with what's going on in our community now and this situation of addiction. I think the state and local governments are addicted to the flow of money coming in through tourism and through other community destroying activities. And I don't think putting Band-Aids on this gaping wound of a much serious disease is going to do much, like these speed limits and whatnot. We need to address the root issues and causes. Why does the community come last? And why was this soul-crushing and torturous noise ever permitted in the first place? And why is it okay to destroy every natural area in the region in our quest for more and more money? Our local governments have a lot of high-end salaries. In fact, the benefits packages for some people are 3 times what my yearly salary is. But the staff is needed, many without roots in the area or intentions to stay long, to control this flow of money like water coming out of a fire hose. It's a crazy cycle, and it ends in no good at all for the lands around the entire region are being destroyed. Off-trail use, illegal camping, and just plain old overuse. The community is suffering post-traumatic stress from the noise and the fumes of idling vehicles for 6 and 7 hours as they leave town through our neighborhoods. This has happened before the construction, and if we keep encouraging this, it's going to continue after the construction. And meanwhile, ads are appearing all over the country trying to attract more people here as our COVID rates skyrocket. Something's very wrong, and the only way to make it right is reverse the current thinking of profits, people, planet, and put it the other way. Planet first, people next, profits last. Only then will we have a truly healthy community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Anyone else to be heard?
Yes. My name is Brett Stewart. Can you hear me?
Yes, Brett, we can hear you.
Okay, so I've already voiced my opinion at a couple of the meetings. I just want to let you know that I'm the one that ran the legislation on the street legal bill. So if there's any questions, I'm not a resident of Grand County, but if there's any questions throughout your agenda, I'd be here and be willing to help you out.
Okay, so thank you, Brett. I just want to reiterate, we only have 10 minutes and we're asking for only residents of Grand County to speak during this
Correct.
time. And it's only for those who have not made comment prior.
Okay, I'm just
Thank
saying, if you have a
We
question.
have more time to discuss as we progress, but thank you for that. We only have a very short period of time for this.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak who has not already offered their opinion on this matter to either the city council or the county commission?
My name is Michael Scarda. I have a house by the 313-191 intersection. And anyway, we've had significant interest from electronic EV, ATVs and UTVs as for putting up a dealership. Anyway, as we move forward, I think that we should look at options that allow electric vehicles that are part of the solution. Anyway, they're quiet, they're environmentally friendly. Anyway, I've never written a side-by-side or anything, but a number of the people in this area do, and I think there could be a middle ground that would be beneficial to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Would anybody else like to address the council or commission who has not already provided comments? All right, Mary, sounds like we can proceed with the agenda.
Okay, I meant to state
Mayor, can
earlier.
I ask you a real quick question? This
Yes.
is Ronnie from the City Council. Could you maybe just use this moment to clarify? I don't know about the rest of you, but I got several calls and emails before.
I was getting ready to clarify about the ban. That was what I was going to do.
Oh, actually, these were people who wanted to make sure if they had written the City Council at citycouncil@moabcity.org, that their comments to us would count, because they were confused that maybe only comments sent in on the forum would count. So I was just wondering if someone from the city could just clarify that for people, because those may have been people wondering if they had to zoom in now or if they had already submitted a comment that would count. So that would just help educate people watching.
Lori?
Yeah, so that council member was the tally that the chair read at the beginning of the email. With the email tally, I went ahead and I reviewed every single one of those emails as of 12:30 this afternoon, and those were the tallies that were provided. I broke them out as best I could by supportive of regulation or unsupportive, and whether or not they identified as a local or not. And so those emails have, if you want to say they've been counted and then they've been included in the record by that means. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, I think people were just wondering, well, first of all, if the city council reads the ones that come to citycouncil@moabcity.org, and I can say, I think we all do. And then I think there is misinformation in the community that somehow maybe only your comments only hold weight if you use the forum versus emailing the council. And that is not the way I look at it. I just wanted to make that clear to the public.
You are correct. And I read every single one of them that even have come in as of just at 2 o'clock. I was checking, and I've read every single one. And like I said, I tallied them as of 12:30 this afternoon.
Oops. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie, and thank you, Lori. I wanted to make it clear too that we, on a lot of the emails in opposing UTVs and opposing regulations, said that they did not want us to ban UTVs and ATVs. I want to make it clear that that is not the purpose of this meeting, to ban UTVs or ATVs. It's, the first step in trying to deal with the excessive noise a number of these machines create. Okay, there's no more citizens to be heard. We will go to the second part of our Part A, general business action items and discussions and considerations. Approving joint resolution to formally initiate proceedings to amend Grand County's Land Use Code and the Moab Municipal Code to amend those relevant portions permitting vehicle sales, rental, or leasing, commercial, outdoor, recreational use, and outfitter, guide, services, and facility, and to impose a moratorium on issuing new business license for the sale, rental, or leasing of all-terrain vehicles, ATV, commercial, outdoor, recreational uses involving an ATV and ATV outfitting, guiding, and touring, and to impose a moratorium on issuing new special events permits for ATV vendors, associations, and groups. Lori Simpson.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to, first of all, thank the county for their partnership on this process, because we are in this together. And I would like to specifically thank the county attorney and her staff for their hard work on the laboring oar of this. And I'd also like to thank the Moab community for their input on this. We also received 177 comments to the online portal regarding this topic. What is being presented to you in this agenda item is one option for consideration to address the noise issue in the city of Moab and the county of Grand. While it's not a complete solution, it's one of the tools available to the council and the commission to address the noise issue. There is a documented noise issue with regard to ATVs within the community, and it is acknowledged even to the extent from some user groups that certain types of ATVs are louder than a passenger vehicle. And so noise is a public health issue. It is over and over, we heard from people in the community about the impacts of the noise on their health, their sleep, their anxiety, their stress levels. There are documented studies regarding the impacts of excessive noise on health, such as cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure, impaired cognitive function, diabetes, psychological problems, concentration problems, etc. So this is a documented public health issue that we are attempting to address. What you are looking at essentially several things in this agenda item. The first is the temporary moratorium. And I want to emphasize that it is a temporary moratorium to the extent that either body wants to continue it or end it within their own jurisdiction. So my interpretation is that the city could end their moratorium within their jurisdiction and the county could end theirs within their jurisdiction. It would apply to new businesses only. Current businesses, which are already licensed, would continue. It would apply to the businesses as defined within the resolution, and it wouldn't apply to bicycle outfitters or rafting or other outfitters not defined within the ordinance. The initiation of a change to the land use procedure is just that. It is the initiation of the change. Within the city of Moab, a change to the land use and zoning code would require a public hearing before the planning commission, with the city council being the land use decision-making authority with the appeal to a district court. Regarding, we've received a number of comments about the descriptor being discrimination against ATV users. And discrimination has a specific legal meaning. UTV and ATV users are not a protected category under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act protects certain categories such as race, national origin, gender. This is being a UTV or ATV user is not that protected category. Cities are allowed to treat different groups differently based upon their impact to a community, and a disproportional impact on the community is a rational basis by which a city can or a county can regulate. One thing that I wanted to raise in the comments that we received is that we have heard from industry organizations that they understand the need for compromise on this issue, and we appreciate that. And we want to work with the industry organizations to reach a compromise. And so this proposal being put before you today is one of the tools that is available to you to address the noise issue. It may not be the be all or end all, but it is up for your consideration. And at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mary, I have a question.
Yes, Curtis Wells has joined the meeting. Yes, Jaylyn.
First of all, I really appreciate the ordinance and its careful research and it makes a very compelling case backed up by data, and I really like it, and it makes my decision to support it easier. However, there were some public comments that I think are very valid, and that is if you're talking about decreasing noise levels and as it relates to health and wellness and ability to function in the community, it seems like allowing the number of those units to increase right now during the moratorium is not a good idea. And so citizens have raised the valid point that perhaps we could consider as a part of this moratorium, not allowing current business owners to increase their fleet. Is that a possibility?
I know we discussed that when we were first discussing doing this meeting when we had it. And I believe, and correct me, Christina and Lori, if I'm wrong, that at this point, we don't know what part of the licensing process doesn't say how many they have. So
Right, the way I'd like to talk about it is that our licensing process, and this is true as far as I understand, and City correct me, Laurie correct me, it's a very general process at the moment. So I think that would be tricky today to do. And it's certainly something we're going to be reviewing as part of this process. So this is the start of looking at our business licensing process and seeing where we can improve and where we go from here.
Thank you.
I would agree that right now we offer a business license, and the licensee provides a description of their business. That wouldn't necessarily include at this point the number of vehicles that they would have.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaylen. Good question. Anyone else from the councils? Yes, Roy.
I've got a couple questions. One is, if a previous owner owns a business of this sort and needs to sell the business, is that going to be transferable to the next person?
Christina or Lori, do you have the answer to that?
Currently, our business licenses are not set up to be transferable. And so that'll be a process we talk through about how this works. Personally, that is a process that I support, Rory. So you would, a recommendation I have is that we would cap our ATV licenses at the number they are now. It becomes an asset of that business, just like an NPS guiding permit that would be able to be transferable. Right now, we don't have that specificity in our code.
Is that also along if the person decides to move down the street because he needs a bigger property?
Oh, sure. The business license flows with the owner of the business. So
Okay.
That's not a problem.
The other question I had from concerned citizens is a lot of people are saying, well, you guys just seem like you're just going after your allies that are trying to help control the noise. Is there a way that we could set a law where we could help the police chief and the sheriff's department by going after the people that have not legal?
Laurie is going to talk to a little later in the agenda all of the challenges that are confronting our law enforcement and enforcing these issues. And, budgets and funds are a big piece of that, but we all appreciate the challenges law enforcement has here and that we're underfunded and we're understaffed.
Does that answer your question? It will be discussed quite a bit later, Rory.
Yeah, it seems like this is just going the wrong direction with going after the people that are on our side and allies that are trying to help us keep the noise down.
Well, it's important to keep in mind that this doesn't harm our current ATV business owners. I think there's an argument, and a lot of people made the argument that it's the opposite. This is helping protect them, and I agree that they are allies. So this is not limiting the business license rights.
Ronnie?
Oh, I was just curious, as these discussions came together about between the city and the county, was there any discussion about talking to San Juan County as well? Just because that's one question some of us have gotten about how, since they share the valley, how, if at all, they would be informed of this and if they had any interest if we did go down this path in partaking.
I think this was the first step, and that working with San Juan County and working with the state and looking at other ways to deal with this, this is the first step of dealing with a very difficult issue in the community. So yes, we have discussed working with San Juan to help with northern San Juan. Yes. Michael? Duncan?
Yeah, a question from a resident who had the impression that hotels in town sometimes will lease or rent, if you will, ATVs and whatnot as part of their hotel services. With the license procedure that we're discussing now and being counted as a business, are those businesses counted then?
So Councilmember Duncan, we did get some information about this, and our preliminary information, and we will verify this, is that those hotels actually are not in themselves doing the rentals, that they actually are using they're using local companies to provide the vehicles. It's just that the vehicles may be accessed through like a hotel property.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion?
Mary?
Yes. Karen, and then Greg.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like to support us having those discussions with San Juan County sooner than later, because the unintended consequences of us limiting any new licensing in the city or the county is going to encourage that use in San Juan County. And we are still going to feel the brunt of that usage. So if that could happen sooner than later, that would be appreciated.
Yes. And we're all in this. We're all working on this together. So yes. Greg?
Yeah, I had a thought when we had the gentleman from Raleigh on the Rocks talking about the ability to put better mufflers on these machines, so because hunters and those type of people don't want to make a lot of noise when they're up in the mountains. So I'm just curious that if businesses come up with a way to modify their machines to make them as similar to a regular vehicle, if that would be something that we could have a different consideration for.
Absolutely.
Yes, we've discussed that and how we could assist the rental companies and the tour companies to modify their machines to be quiet. Yes, that's been in the discussions, and we need to have everybody part of that. Evan, did you have something to say?
Yes, I would echo kind of what Greg was saying and the citizen comments before regarding electric vehicles and their evolution, and also to Rory's point that the current outfitters that we have on the ground are our strongest allies. They've really led a lot with the Throttle Down campaign, and as the community is aware of more pressures, our local outfitters really have stepped up to the plate and have been really solution oriented, and I really appreciate that from them. Moving forward, I think that it might be beneficial to keep guides in the loop, not just current ones, but possibly new ones, because I think that they do a great job of protecting the resource. I think that we'd much rather have, if there were to be any kind of UTVs traveling through town or even in the backcountry, that they're with guides that are, can help with that education. In the meantime, however, I think that for us to sit back and do nothing, that's kind of what got us to this point. And with the idea that this is really just to initiate a process to kind of get these proceedings going, to kind of direct staff that this is that we need to take some action and find, to do our part in keeping life sane in this county. I would like to go ahead and make a motion. And
Thank
I would
you.
move to approve the joint resolution to formally initiate proceedings to amend the Grand County Land Use Code and the Moab Municipal Code to amend those relevant portions permitting vehicle sales, rentals, or leasing, commercial outdoor recreational uses, and outfitter guide services and facilities, and to oppose a moratorium on issuing new business licenses for the sale, rental, or leasing of all-terrain vehicles, commercial outdoor recreational uses involving an all-terrain vehicle, and all-terrain vehicle outfitting, guiding, and touring, and to impose a moratorium on issuing new special event permits for all-terrain vehicle vendors, association, and groups.
Thank you, Evan. Motion by Evan. Do I have a second? Second by
second.
Mike Duncan.
Yep.
Okay, this is a joint resolution. I will call, I think since with these being such, we will do a roll call vote. I'll start with our council and then I'll move if it. Oh, Curtis, what are you doing? What did you need, Curtis? You're muted.
I'd like to provide some comments for discussion before the vote, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. I was just,
can you hear me all right?
yes, we can.
What
All
is
right.
what's the time frame for the moratorium so that I can't pull up the resolution itself right now, but the last the moratorium on new special events permits. So what's the time frame? Is this a 6-month moratorium?
There is no set time frame. The resolution provides that it is at the termination of either body.
So, we're essentially saying here's a concern that I have, and I think there's good precedent for it. When we, the train of thought and the interest in the moratorium on lodging and hotel development was pitched, and the rationale and justification that was provided was that we were going to take time, 6 months, to raise standards and raise the bar in which lodging was to be developed. And after the moratorium passed, I actually voted for that resolution. The conversation just immediately changed to something entirely different. And so that makes me uncomfortable here, following the lead of my colleagues here that are moving in this direction, and that I think we need to be very clear what our intentions are, and we need to stick to them, because we didn't do that the last go around with these kind of quality of life issues. And I think what we're looking for, what we're talking about here specifically on this item, there's a lot of issues involved with UTV noise, being the types of machines. Some machines are quite a bit more quiet than others. I've been riding around in a very quiet model for the last 2 days. Mufflers, events, routes, the street legal aspect of it. It's a complex issue. Here specifically, we're saying we don't want any more businesses opening up, and we're also hitting pause on events. And so in that context, it makes me uncomfortable and supporting something that is being contextualized and described in one way, and then we end up with an entirely different result. And especially if there's no bookend and finish here. And so we're all looking for rational and reasonable solutions. I don't think there's anybody that is denying that some UTVs are extremely noisy and are disturbing other people's rights and you know, and peace and quiet. And I think, you know, finding reasonable solutions in the middle is going to be tough work. But this in particular concerns me because of, especially if there's no definitive stop point to the moratorium. And just because in working through some of these processes with like some of my colleagues, we just turn on a dime and abandon middle ground, you know, and head off in some other direction. So I'm uncomfortable with that. And I'd like to state that for the record. And I think as we move forward with, you know, looking for solutions to these problems and having vehicles that are designed for off-highway use on pavement, you know, that we can really work to find that middle ground and recognize that Moab has many identities, and our job is to find solutions that everybody can buy into. And I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Curtis. Any other discussion?
Mary, procedurally, I have a couple of things. You took a motion from the commission, county commission, but a second from the city council, and you should take a motion and second from each body.
Even though it's a joint resolution?
Yeah, and I did confer with our Roberts Rules expert, Chris Baird, by text just now, and he agrees. And that title is long, so Evan, you don't need to restate it. It can be a motion as stated.
Okay, Evan Clapper has made a motion. Do we have a commission member, excuse me, who would like to second that motion?
This is Gabriel Woods. I'll second.
Okay, Evan Clapper made the motion, seconded by Jalen Hawks and Gabriel Wojtek. Further discussion?
One more procedural issue for the county commission. I don't know that's an issue for the city, as we haven't discussed disclosures. I think we have at least one disclosure to make on the county side.
One more thing.
Yes, Rory?
Can we exclude electric UTVs from this?
Okay, so I'll just jump in procedurally with the debate, and the county attorney can correct me if I'm wrong. There's at least for the county, there's a motion and a second. And so if you want to change the motion, what I think the correct procedure would be is to offer a friendly amendment to the moving, whoever made the motion, and see if they would accept that. Otherwise, the vote is on the motion as made. So that would apply to what vehicles it applies to and whether or not there would be a time limit. And I will ask our Roberts Rules expert city administrator if that is a correct statement.
Yes, we need a motion of our own followed by a second.
And Mary, would you like for me as the chair of the city council to do that, or are you?
Why don't we vote? Rory, we lost Rory, so I don't know if he wants to do a friendly amendment or anything. Why don't we, I think it'd be easier if I had, since we have a motion and a second, we will vote as a council, a commission, and then I'll turn it over to you. Does that sound good?
Before we do that, I need a disclosure from Rory, correct, Rory?
Yeah.
Will you make your disclosure?
I would, yeah, because I have a UTV business.
Okay, so if you're an owner with Canyonlands by Night, then you need to recuse yourself from both discussion and voting on the issue. I wasn't sure if you're an owner or not.
I'm not the owner.
Okay, so can you just clarify, are you an employee? Are you a percentage owner?
I'm an employee. That is through Red Rock UTVs.
Okay, you're an employee of Red Rock UTVs, not Canyonlands by Night.
With the family that owns the UTVs, yes. So I am recusing myself.
Okay, thank you.
So just one other thing, the county policy doesn't allow friendly amendments. It's in our policy to do either a substitute motion or amended motion. Just to point that out.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mary,
Any further discussion?
Yeah,
Chair,
I would, not to muddy the waters, but this is just a moratorium. And as we work through what's moving forward, I could be interested in reintroducing electric, silent, quiet, et cetera. But in the ease of keeping things clean, I'll stand with my original motion.
Chair,
Yes, Jalen? I mean, Joel. Joel?
it's up to you, but I would recommend taking a motion and a second from the council of the city, allowing them to have some discussion as well, just to see if there's any changes or any concerns they have. So once we vote on a motion on our
Okay,
end,
so, okay, Emma, do you want to do that? Make your,
Well, Mary,
yes.
will the commission have the ability to still discuss it after the council makes their motion second?
If we don't vote.
Okay, let's go then. Make your motion, city. Sorry, Mary, you need to ask for that, not me.
Oh, no, that was great, Vice Chair. I like your help. Thank you. Emily, you want to?
Yep. City Council, is there a motion from our council?
Mayor, I move to approve the joint resolution to formally initiate proceedings to amend the Grand County Land Use Code and the Moab Municipal Code to amend those relevant portions permitting vehicle sales, rentals, or leasing, commercial outdoor recreational uses, and outfitter guide services and facilities, and to impose a moratorium on issuing new business licenses for the sale, rental, or leasing of all-terrain vehicles, commercial outdoor recreational uses involving an all-terrain vehicles, and all-terrain vehicles outfitting, guiding, and touring, and to impose a moratorium on issuing new special event permits for all-terrain vehicle vendors, associations, and groups.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. Is there a second?
Ronnie Drossery will second.
Thank you, Ronnie. Back to all of us in discussion.
Chairs, I have a question for Christina regarding a comment that Lori made previously about the ability of her interpretation that either body could terminate one of the moratoriums independently, and that would apply only to the jurisdiction of that body, or would it apply to both jurisdictions? Is that clear to you?
The language as written says it's terminable by either body. So it doesn't say that it terminates as to either body. And you guys don't have the ability to terminate a resolution affecting our jurisdiction. So Laurie and I talked about whether we need to clarify the language in the resolution. We both agreed that we do not. But if you guys are uncomfortable, we certainly could clarify that language. But no, the attorneys say it's clear enough.
So, Mary, if I
Yes,
may.
Tani? Oh, Tani had a question.
Oh, go ahead, Tani.
No, it's okay. First, I'm looking out my window to see if there's a giant wall of water coming down on me or if thunderclouds and thunderbolts are gathering, because I'm agreeing with Rory and Curtis. I am very disinclined to support this the way that it's written, for some of the reasons that they articulated. I feel like it is really demonizing very good, very legitimate local businesses. And I do so appreciate the work that you put into it and the research. It has nothing to do with the quality of work product that it is. I do appreciate it. I am just not comfortable demonizing them. That being said, that does not mean that I don't think that anybody that wrote or commented is imagining the noise that they're suffering from. And I fully agree, they are suffering. I fully agree, they are noisy. And the OHV organizations keep telling us that they support responsible recreation and they do education. If this is where we are, I don't know, 10 or 15 years into street legal machines, their education isn't working and they need to step up their game. but that's where I'm standing on it at this point. And I don't have to convince anybody, and you don't need me to pass it. That's just where I stand on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Tani. Jaylyn?
I have a comment on that and then a question for the attorneys, actually 2 questions. I don't feel like, I mean, I felt the pain of both sides as I read through the hundreds. So it seemed like hundreds of emails. I felt the pain of those people who are trying so hard to be good neighbors. I think about myself as a tourist in other areas. I just want to have fun, and I'm a respectful tourist. And I believe that's true of most people. I don't think that we're demonizing them, at least in my mind. I feel like this is a way for the county and the city to step back and write what is really helpful to address the problem. So I don't have a problem supporting this. I do have a question, though, regarding the time frame, because I'm not real comfortable with it being open-ended either. But if you look at the resolution, I have been under the impression that this was a 180-day time frame, because the last whereas, or the third to the last whereas in the resolution says code permits the city and county to deny approval of a land use application submitted within a 180-day period after initiation of formal proceedings. And this is a formal proceeding. And I don't know. I'm asking the attorneys, are these things that we're now placing a moratorium on, are they considered land use applications? Because if they aren't, why is that phrase in this resolution? That's my first question.
You want to take it, Laurie, or do you want me to?
I'll take a stab at it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. So there's the business license is not a land use. So the business license is separate from the initiating the land use process. And so the 180 days refers to the land use process, not the business license.
Right. And the business licensing is a general power we have under law, as is the special events permitting. So we have specified that it's temporary. It's our intent to make it temporary. But the Land Use Management Act tells us we can only have a 180-day moratorium on the land use piece of it. Of course, zoning is wrapped in with our licensing ability as well. So it does all relate. But that's why the language looks differently, because we're talking about our general police power and our general city and county powers related to business licensing and special events versus land use.
Okay. My second question, and again, I'll state I would be more comfortable with a bookend, as Commissioner Wells states. My second question is, I'm not clear on the answer that you gave Councilman Jones. So let's just hypothesize. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but if the city, we both pass this resolution, and then the city decides 3 months down the road that they're done and they want out, is it just the city? I mean, because both tracts of land are mentioned in this. Maybe it would be better to say, okay, the county wants out in 3 months. Does that mean the city roads are then fair game to all of these? You know, I'm still confused on the answer, and I'm not stating that very articulately, but I don't feel like I heard the answer that Kaylin was looking for.
Yeah, well, I'll just say the bottom line is the county doesn't have any jurisdiction over to tell us the moratorium has to end on your streets. That's why this is a joint resolution. And so what my opinion is that if the city ends their moratorium, it is just for the city streets.
And city businesses. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. And we could always, if we had any doubt, we could always pass, additional resolution that cleans that up. It does say either body. And also, again, if, a substitute motion could be amended to read by the applicable local authority or applicable jurisdiction. But again, because we don't have jurisdiction over you and you don't have jurisdiction over us, it's not a concern of the attorneys, but I appreciate the talking through the language.
Okay.
Any further, Ronnie?
I just had a quick semantics question too. So with the reference to the moratorium on new special events permits, I take it that's what it sounds like, right? I mean, I know at some point when the council on the city side was more involved in permits, we had renewals as well, and we had a process for that. And I'm not exactly sure how you guys are dealing with that at the county. So are we talking brand new, or might this impact a renewal too?
It would impact anyone without a vested. It would impact anyone without a vested right to their permit, and that's as specific as I will get.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Karen?
Yeah, I just would like to comment that to address Councilman Wells, I mean, we're not looking at all new events or all new businesses. We're looking at a certain sector of businesses and events. And I too don't feel like we're demonizing the current businesses that we have. In fact, I think we've embraced those businesses as much as we can and tried to get input from them. And I hope that we will continue to do so, because there's been some really great suggestions as to, coming up with mitigation efforts that would apply for OHV businesses and for residents. We have received an excellent email from Cliff Kuntz, who has offered a plethora of suggestions that are really pointing positive. And I hope we can come to mediation on that. So during this moratorium, and I too am not super excited that it can go on forever. I would feel more comfortable if there was a time frame. But and I'd also like to point out that special events is it's not a right, it's a privilege in our community. And when there has been an infraction or there's been concern with local residents, I'm responsible to the residents. I'm not responsible to tourists. And so I take that very seriously. And I would just like to say that, I mean, I do support a moratorium on events that are problematic for our community, and taking a look on how we can figure out where they can be successful and where our community can survive and succeed as well. So that's it.
Mike?
Yeah, I'd like to add, not only do I feel like I'm not demonizing businesses, but I would point out this is an excellent opportunity for business owners to take the lead. I mean, there's been a number of suggestions, everything from a lack of, get rid of aftermarket mufflers to just simply put on, as was suggested earlier, more aggressive mufflers yet that would make UTVs comparable to cars. No one is going to complain about that. Electric vehicles, there's a world of things that could be pursued by business owners here, and now would be a great time to jump into that fray. You can look at the moratorium as closing the competition field to them. For a while, they've kind of got the place to themselves, as it were. And on a second subject, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a little uncomfortable with the lack of a bookend on the moratorium as well. And I'm not sure if we're talking about the city's version of this now or the county's version, but I would be pleased to support a 180-day moratorium. It is an incentive for us to close the doors and I mean, to make it clear as fairness to the business owners about moving on and reducing the uncertainty for them. They deserve that much.
Yes, Ronnie?
I'm just going to say for my part, I support the proposal, and I guess I'm one of those people in that pool that thinks this is actually potentially somewhat advantageous to our existing businesses because we want to support locals and not big mega corporations on the outside. And it will give them a little bit of, I know it's not the right legal term, but I'll just say monopoly, because fewer people providing a service for a while here. And I too appreciate all the ideas I've given them, but I do think it's important for us, and I think we've all tried to read the emails carefully to state that I appreciate all the people writing me and telling me that education has to come first and that there needs to be compromise, but our residents have been compromising backwards into yoga pretzels for years now. And I feel like that end has been, they've given and given and given. And this is, in my understanding, one tool we can use. If this was the only thing we were proposing, I don't know if I would support it, honestly, because I feel like the challenge before us is very complicated and it's going to take multiple steps and approaches. And when some things we might have to experiment with and they might not work. But I feel like as one of those, this is an important one. And it's not meant to fly in the face of anyone. I think we've tried to all be very thoughtful about how hard this has been on our residents in particular. And I think we all do feel like that's where our first loyalty is. And if we're doing the jobs we were elected to do, we have to take into account all of these impacts that this has had on so many different levels. So without taking up too much time, I'll say I support it for that reason. And I'm not comfortable with 180 days because that has not been sufficient in the past for us to deal with issues. This is a seasonal issue that can ebb and flow with the seasons. But I don't see how 180 days is sufficient for us to begin to have a multi-step approach to something as complicated as this. We have a legislative session coming up. We have we're going to discuss speed limits yet, and it ostensibly takes some time to put something like that into play if someone is interested in doing that. So personally, I'm comfortable with it being open-ended.
I am as well, just because I remember the crunch of getting ready when we did the moratorium on hotels, motels, and overnight rentals. And I don't think we can bring it up, but this will give us the time we need to really start looking at creative ways to deal with this problem. It is almost 3 o'clock. So I want everyone to have the opportunity to discuss this and to talk, but I also want us to recognize that we do only have 1 more hour to get through 3 more agenda items.
I think we've discussed it amply. I'd like to call the question, if I may.
Yes, you may. Question called by Jay Lynn. So I will have the county council vote. Okay, myself, yes. Evan Clapper,
Yes.
Gabriel Wojtek,
Yes.
Jalen Hawks,
Yes.
Greg Halliday.
Aye.
I miss anybody? Curtis Wells? Curtis
Nay.
Wells? Nay. And then Rory recused himself. So I got everybody, right?
Yes.
Okay. A motion passes 5-1. Curtis Wells in opposition, Rory Paxman recusing himself. Okay, City?
I will call for a roll call vote for the city of Moab. Bronny.
Aye.
Tawny.
No.
Kaylin.
Aye.
Karen.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1. Sorry.
Okay, and did you say Tawny, Boyd, Knudsen Boyd in opposition? Okay, thank you. Thank you. We're moving on to our next agenda item, which is speed limits. I'm going to rather than read the whole thing out, I am going to hand this over to Christina.
Okay, I'm presenting items B and C, but you'll notice these are separate ordinances for the proposed OHV speed limits. This is an OHV speed limit that would affect, of course, city streets and county roads. The speed limits are handled differently in the city than the county, and that's one reason why we separated these. In the city, most of your speed limits are a consistent speed limit, although you do have some variations. In the county, we have 4 different road types with numerous different speed limits. So the proposal before you is a 15-mile-per-hour OHV speed limit on city streets for the city council to consider, and an OHV speed limit on county roads that is 10 miles per hour lower than the posted speed limit. So slightly different treatment. This ordinance regulates OHVs, off-highway vehicles, as they're defined in state code, and that includes ATVs, all 3 types of ATVs. However, OHV is a broader definition under state law. It does exempt motorcycles because motorcycles are included in the OHV definition, but we're exempting those. This is not a ban, and this is not a discrimination issue. I think Laurie handled that discussion very well under the moratorium discussion, so I don't want to repeat much of that. Just, I want you to keep in mind this is reasonable regulation under law, and that includes specifically state code, which expressly states that we can impose speed limits, and we can impose speed limits for different types of vehicles. So this exact situation is envisioned in our state code, and there are other communities with OHV speed limits. Of course, we have 150 years of US Supreme Court law that says we can also impose regulations that are related to time, place, and manner of all sorts of things that happen within our jurisdictions, and this is one of those. So it's reasonable for us to regulate different vehicles differently. Different vehicles have different weights, emissions, uses. You see different numbers of vehicles on roadways. And that's why we're here today. It's important to know this does not affect state highways, and numerous comments oppose an OHV speed limit on Highway 191 specifically. This does not impose an OHV speed limit on any of our state highways. That includes Highway 191, the River Road, Potash Road, and 313. Those are not included. There's a different process under state law for speed limits related to state highways. It's also important to know that it's only effective once posted. That is stated in the ordinances, but that's also a state law. So it's not enforceable until the speed limit is posted. For folks that recreate on county roads, they probably know that a lot of our dirt roads don't actually have posted speed limits. And there will not be posted OHV speed limits on that road unless county policy changes on the way we do that. So the purpose here is to reduce speed, to increase safety in our neighborhoods, and to reduce noise. And I do want to note the recitals and the data that are included in the ordinances. A lot of it is similar to that is included in the moratorium. The record also has additional information that I want to be noted for the record. We had some really thoughtful comments from a PhD scientist, Mr. Travis Nauman, who also talked to noise and dust created by speed. And those recitals in general just talk to the public interest concerns that we're discussing here. And I think that's all I have for you guys, unless you have questions for me.
Can I add just a couple of factual pieces of data that we want to include in the record is that we do have information that the OHVs can create a louder noise than a passenger car. And we want to thank Councilmember Duncan for presenting some information that he obtained indicating that passenger vehicles could be around the 70 decibel range, whereas we have information from user groups that OHVs can be measured between 87 and 92 decibels via a stationary sound test. And a few side-by-side models measure between 93 and 96 decibels. And on top of that, those models have continuously variable transmissions, CVTs that require operating at a higher engine speed in order to propel the vehicle forward.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Discussion.
Mary, this is the mayor. I'm curious if, because of the way that the agenda is broken out for city first and then county, I'm wondering if we should first begin with the city speed limit with the city council and then proceed to the county.
What I was thinking, and we could do it either way, I was thinking we'd have a discussion. And then at the end of the discussion, because we'll be discussing amongst all of us, then the city should make their motion and move forward. And then the county should make theirs, since they're separate this time.
So you want the city to comment on county and the county to comment on city?
Since it's a joint resolution, joint
It's
meeting.
not joint. It's
Not
two
joint
separate.
resolution. I didn't mean resolution. It's a joint meeting. And city people live in the county. And the county, a lot of our county folks are city people. So I think we should just have a discussion and then have the city make a motion and vote and the county make a motion and vote.
They are identical except the way that the speed limit is expressly treated.
Okay.
So discussion? Yes, Ronnie? Ronnie?
Oh, I was wondering if I could ask the attorneys, I guess I'm on the city side, so I'm asking Lori, why not include motorcycles so that I understand this? I'm asking in part because so many of the comments that I got from residents, when they're talking about noise, say, this isn't just a UTV thing. There are multiple vehicles that are contributing, and motorcycles are one of the types of vehicles that they mention along with trucks and other things. So if you could explain that.
Sure, I'd be happy to. The reason was we didn't want to capture a broader group of users than necessary. And I think I was grateful to an industry group person who helped me understand this, is that the OHV definition in state law doesn't distinguish between OHMs, which would be off-highway motorcycles, and regular motorcycles, although the industry interprets it that that's the case. But we just didn't want to throw a broader net than was necessary. Should you choose to include motorcycles, if you did, I would encourage you to define which type of motorcycles you were including.
Any other comments?
Yes. I have a question as well for Lori.
Yes, Kaylin?
Yes. The second provision of the ordinance is that the OHV speed limit is effective when appropriate signs giving notice are erected along city streets. Is this unique to this particular version of vehicular speed limits? And if any street is unsigned, does that mean it doesn't apply? So if we wanted to apply to all streets, we have to sign all streets.
There's a bunch of questions in there. So we wanted to make this clear that the speed limit would be effective when we provide notice of it. And so that's why we included that it would be effective when notice is posted. The manual on uniform traffic control devices indicates that, essentially you post your speed limit and that would be when it's effective. Chuck Williams, our engineer, was nice enough to share background information with me. And his suggestion is that we use what's called the MUTCD signage in order to inform motorists of the speed limit.
And also, just to clarify, state law does require you to post a speed limit to cite a violation. So we can't enforce it without it being posted. So to your question, Kaylin, yeah, if you want to enforce a speed limit on a city street, it has to be signed.
So often I will see signs which say speed limit in this city or this area is X unless posted otherwise. Can we use such a sign for OHVs?
There's nothing in state law that would limit you from doing that. But I think we need to look into that more, but the way this is written, we can figure that out in time.
Yeah, and Councilmember Jones, I'd love to check with Chuck Williams on that.
Thanks.
Any further discussion? Ronnie?
Okay, well, I'm just going to throw this out for people. If anybody feels strongly about it, you can comment. So just from the things that I read, and I know some neighborhoods are impacted in different ways than others with the noise. I didn't know if anyone else was interested in potentially adding motorcycles or things like semi trucks. I know some neighborhoods are impacted by that more than others, and it seems sometimes safer that they go slower, but that was one thing. But my main issue when I saw this stuff was on the agenda was it's basically pointless, I'm assuming, unless it is properly funded in terms of the enforcement that will be needed and the signs we'll need to buy. So I was wondering if staff had had any chance to run any numbers and could maybe let us know what kind of money we might be looking at, because you know, I for one would have a hard time voting for this unless I was putting money behind it, and I would be willing to, but I kind of need to know how much that is. So there may be other costs, but the most obvious to me were signage and the added staff that presumably our chief and the sheriff would need for enforcement staff, because we know they're busy now. Thanks.
May I respond, Mary, to Ronnie's comment?
Yes.
It's a chicken or the egg situation. We could say that we have money, but then we propose legislation like this and it not pass. So I think it's okay in terms of, you know, pursuing this action and then looking at the cost. You know, and you know, authorizing that budget decision, because, you know, which comes first, the chicken or the egg? So I think if we want to move forward with the speed limit, then our next step would be to do a fiscal analysis, and then, you know, direct staff to do the fiscal analysis, and then at a council meeting we would then proceed with the you know, the approving the budget if it was greater than the 50,000. And Joel, looks like you want to comment too.
The cost of signs are minimal, very minimal. They're not expensive at all. As far as putting force behind it, it's just a question of priorities and budgeting, and we're getting ready to go budget here in a few months. So at that point, we just reallocate money from one department to another, or if everything comes back as COVID lessons, hopefully, then maybe the money's there anyways. But the money can be moved as the priorities change, and sign costs are very minimal.
And it is a lot more effective to enforce a speed limit than a noise ordinance. And you saw a lot of people asking us to enforce a noise ordinance, and that is impractical, you know the word. So, you know, there's that.
Councilor Dursary, I don't want to put the chief on the spot here, but I'm going to put a pitch in for his department that I think that enforcement is something that we currently don't have the resources to do. But Chief, do you, don't mean to put you on the spot, but do you have a ballpark of cost or labor?
Okay, thanks, Lori. I do. An entry-level police officer with benefits and salary, we're right around $104,000, $105,000 a year. And then to provide that officer with a vehicle and all of the necessary equipment, you're looking at about another $15,000 a year. So I think it's fairly safe to say approximately $120,000 to $130,000 a year per officer with the necessary equipment.
Yeah, Ronnie, I would argue that the cost of the signs has got to be cheaper than what Brett just discussed. And I do agree with, I don't agree with Christine and Brett in the sense that I think noise metering can be done successfully. And yet I like the speed limit idea even better in terms of results per dollar, so to speak. That's my opinion. And Mayor, I might ask if you'd entertain a motion.
Yes.
I would.
It would be Emily that would do it for you, and you're the first, you're B. So Emily?
Yes, I would entertain your motion.
I would move, Councilman Duncan here, Move to approve the ordinance to establish speed limits for off-highway vehicles in the city, not including motorcycles.
Thank you. Councilmember Duncan, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. I will allow for deliberation, continued deliberation, but maybe turn back to Mary for a possible first and second from your commission.
We'll go ahead and let you guys vote, and then we'll.
Okay, Ronnie, you had your hand.
So the reason I raised the money part is those of us who've been working on this for years are the residents who've, kind of had enforcement complaints for years, are concerned that we may just pass something that we don't have the ability to enforce. And our agenda summary itself says that increased enforcement is an important part of this. So I just need something, and I don't know that I need a commitment from my colleagues to a set number right now, but I do need to hear from each of them that they're willing to commit to funding this, because I just don't want to pass another thing that we can't enforce, because I don't want to put our residents in that position again. And I just want to say to the chief and and his staff, I don't want to put you guys in a position where we're setting you up to fail or setting you up to have to deal with the public that expects things from you that you don't have the resources to address. So I just need to make sure we've had that discussion before I can vote.
Thank you, Ronnie. So I think Ronnie's asking for a straw poll from the council, from the city council. So I'm looking at all of you right now. If we pass the speed limit, would you be in favor of an allocation of funds and direction to staff to post the speed limit? Show me with your thumbs if that feels good to go. And if not, we can of course I'll take comments, but Kaylin's thumb is up, Mike's thumb is up, Tawny's thumb is up, Karen's hand is up. And so Karen, go ahead and speak to Ronnie's question.
So thank you, Mayor. Chief, I'm just curious because I've read your emails that you have presented to different constituents, and it runs from we're at 17 or we're at 15 now, and we've our max has been 18 officers, but there was an email I just read recently that you need at a minimum 10 new officers. So we're looking at more than $1 million would that, I need to know that number as well. If at what point would we be able to get enforcement? Because it does seem like there's an expectation from the community on our police department. And if we can't match it or get to it, I really do not want to put you guys in the position of having to justify that.
Thanks, Karen. That's our council member, Kuzma Newton. That's a very good question. Where we are right now is 15 officers. That's where we were in 2011. For a brief period of time, we increased our staffing levels to 17, which is insufficient. I've been doing research on jurisdictions, agencies, and other jurisdictions that are very similar to Moab. And the vast majority of those jurisdictions have approximately twice the number of officers that we do, with very similar populations, very similar rates of tourism. So the answer to your question is, if we get 1 or 2 officers, we're not going to be able to do much more than we're doing now. We do need about 10 more officers before we can be fully effective as a law enforcement agency. I also realize that that's not realistic right now. I had been advocating for quite a while to hire 1 officer per year, every year, so that we could be staffed up for this type of situation, and that we didn't do that. So we're kind of in a position now where we are way behind the curve. We are barely able to do basic law enforcement functions with the 15 officers that we have now. If we get 2 officers You know, we could create a traffic unit and take some of the responsibility for enforcement, but realistically, we need 10. And, you know, if we could, I understand that we're going to have to start small and work up to that. And I think another important consideration is hiring officers isn't like hiring other employees. Even if we're given the money to hire X number of employees, whatever that number is, you're looking at generally a 12 to 18 month period of time before those officers can be on the street and working. We have a longer hiring process, obviously, because we have to do background checks and background investigations, et cetera. It typically takes 2 to 3 months before a post or an academy class becomes available. Once you get a cadet into the academy class, you're now looking at 16 weeks in the academy. They graduate, they come out onto the street, and then they've got 12 weeks in field training. So realistically, if somebody dropped a bag of cash on my desk today, it would be 12 to 18 months down the line before I would have that effective staff.
One of my thoughts is that law enforcement is charged with enforcing the speed limit right now. So in a sense, all we're doing is saying you enforce it at a different level. It's not like we're giving a mandate that they have to enforce X more people. They have to stop that many more people. They're enforcing, I don't see where right now, yes, he needs more, and so does our sheriff's office, but they're enforced with enforcing the speed limit, and this is just the speed limit. So yeah, I don't see it as being a big issue.
That is true. Respectfully, it is a big issue because we're so short-staffed that we don't have the ability to be proactive and go out and do speed enforcement right now. Our officers are running call to call to call. And for us to be able to be proactive and do speed enforcement, we need additional staff. So
I'd like to support the chief here too. And Sheriff White, if you're on, speak up. You might be on the phone, but I don't see your name. But I did talk with our sheriff about this exact same thing yesterday, and he wants everyone to know that he does not have the resources to enforce this either. And we already have OHV speeding all over the county, and we don't have the enforcement to do it. He would like to create a special functions unit that would be public lands and OHV oriented. We are in negotiations with the BLM for them to fund one new sheriff deputy who would be focused on public lands enforcement that the federal government would pay for. So that's great news, but we would need somewhere between 2 and 4 additional deputies to make that unit efficient. He estimates that cost be $700,000. And I think that this community has to get really real about providing the resources and the money to our law enforcement. I do think there's ways to get there, right? There's TRT reform. There's new taxes that could be imposed on ATV registration. So we can talk about that, I think, later in our legislative update that Mayor Niehaus will lead. But we have to get real about the true cost of tourism on this economy, and we continue to cheap out, and we are breaking ourselves.
Yeah, and I'd just like to support the county in that. You've discussed your TRT allocations recently, but in light of this noise and OHV impact mitigation conversation, perhaps your 21 budget TRT allocations could be tweaked to reflect your law enforcement needs.
Well, okay, we'll talk about TRT maybe in the legislative update if we have time. But
well, I'm not talking about any changes to this at the state level. I'm talking about what you have to work with today. As a citizen more than a city council member.
I mean,
we are at 325, and we have a lot to go. I think we have kind of got off the subject. We are now talking finances, which is a real important part of it. But the finances are here even before we change the speed limit. So, and I for one would like to move forward.
I'd like to go back to Ronnie, and just because you posed the question, is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Just one last question for my colleagues and the chief and Lori probably, and this can come at a later meeting. But as we're all reading the comments of the public, and I think we've discussed this some before, but people do raise the question. The city on our residential streets does have several different speed limits, 20, 25, 30, depending on the street you're on. And I was just wondering if maybe as a group we can revisit that, because I'm just wondering if we went to matching those, which was the request that came from one of our residents, if maybe that'll help a little bit too, because their feeling just as an outsider or layperson was, well, yeah, if they're constantly going from one street to another and they're constantly changing, no wonder, they're kind of zooming around up and down. So anyway, I was just hoping that was a conversation that we could have as a group later about whether we can get, for our other vehicles, something that's the same instead of so much variety on our streets.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. And unless there are any other burning discussion points that the City Council would like to make, I will roll call vote. Okay, Kaylin Jones?
Aye.
Ronnie?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Connie?
Well, because I think a little dissent is good on a Tuesday afternoon, no.
And Mike?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1. Mary, back to you.
Okay, County Council, I would entertain a motion. Hello?
Madam Chair, I would move to approve the ordinance to establish speed limits for off-highway vehicles, not including motorcycles.
Thank you. Motion by Evan. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Gabriel Wojtek. Any further discussion?
Yes. But I
Okay.
saw Gabriel's hand up. Do you want to go first? Okay. This one's a real difficult one for me. And this is going to sound incredibly selfish, but I'm looking at it from the perspective of both citizens, everybody that lives here, and the users, the UTVers. But to be behind someone that's going 20 miles an hour in a 30-mile-per-hour zone is a mental health issue thing in and of itself. And if you're the UTVer or the ATV, the person that's holding up a line of traffic behind you because you have to go 10 miles lower than everyone else, that's hardly fair to them too. I just looked up what 3 decibels means because that's mentioned in the agenda summary. It does say that 3 decibels basically doubles. I probably don't even have the physical term right, but 3 dBA doubles the sound, but it has to be 10 decibels to make it be able to be heard by the human ear as doubling. So
No,
I'm
Jalen.
not sure. Wait, let me finish and then I'll yield my time to you, Mike. I think that this discussion on speed limits would be best discussed as a part of the moratorium process. And especially in light of we don't have money to additional money to fund this. Chris Baird could probably speak to this way better than me, but having sat in on budget meetings for the last 6 years, every penny of our TRT is allocated out as efficiently as we possibly can. And correct me, Chris, because I'm a good one to tell how much money you make because I won't remember, but I'm thinking we put out $1 million, $1.5 million, $2 million on law enforcement already in the budget. So, and I agree with Ronnie, I need a fiscal impact. I was disappointed to read up in the agenda summary that there was no fiscal impact to make this thing happen. That's basically all I have to say.
So yeah, well, just to clarify, we already spent much transient room tax allowed by law to the general fund, and so I'd love it if we had more to send, but we don't, and so we're kind of maxed out that.
And to that point, though, I do want to just reemphasize that it's only effective once posted. So, you know, I agree with the mayor, how she said it's a chicken or an egg thing. And the county commission may not be ready to pass it. But if so, we're not going to get into a place where this is immediately effective. We have time to find out where the money would come from and what that looks like. You could also post it on, say, 3 problematic county roads. It doesn't have to apply countywide. It's effective once posted. So this allows us to move forward to look at what that looks like in the county.
The other thing that I like about it is that it is easy to enforce. I think the sound levels are difficult to enforce, and for those folks that live on Spanish Valley Drive, you know that in San Juan County they do have OHV speed limits posted out there. So it's kind of neighborly to match what they got going on as well.
Thank you, Evan.
Well, and the last thing I'd like to say, Mary, is I often sit on my front deck and have coffee or whatever. And honestly, a motorcycle, of course, driving by is louder in many cases than all the UTVs that are now going past my house because of a new rental place across the highway from me. So I am a victim of all this noise. Yeah, but you know, and also my son owns a diesel engine truck that is louder than these UTVs. So I'm not a fan of this at this point in time. I'd like to work through some other particulars first.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we had a motion on the floor, motion by Evan Clapper, seconded by Gabriel Wojtek. Is there any further discussion? If not, I will do a roll call vote. Evan Clapper?
Yes.
Gabriel Wojtek?
Yes.
Curtis Wells?
Nay.
Jalen Hawks?
No.
Mary McGann? Yes. And Christina, does Rory have to recuse himself on this?
Yes, I'm recusing myself.
Oh, okay.
He does. Well, I think you missed Greg.
And Greg Halliday.
Yeah.
So that makes a motion passes 4-2. Jalen Hawks and Curtis Wells in opposition, and Rory Paxman recusing himself. Thank you. We are now on to the discussion item, which is the first discussion item goes to, we'll go back to Lori to discuss what's in the way of us being able to enforce this. We are at 3:30, so if you could keep this around 15 minutes, unless, that would be great. Okay.
I'm going to make it even quicker than that because I want to allow time at the end of the meeting. So what we wanted to talk about is in this joint meeting, one of the things that we presented on at the city council meeting, the chief and I, and we wanted to address one of the public comments about using a noise metering and issuing citations as a method to address the noise issue. And what we want to acknowledge is that it is one of the tools to address a noise issue in general, not necessarily specific to one type of vehicle. But there are pros and cons to that approach. And so I wanted to talk about the fact that there is a misconception that it is simple as pointing some type of a device at a moving vehicle down the road and being able to issue a citation off of that. And I want to thank particularly one individual who has provided me a lot of information within the industry and who has spent a lot of time with me to explain how the process works for vehicle stationary sound metering. And there is an established test within the industry that the industry has accepted as a way to test stationary vehicles, which is different than an event type based test. And I'm going to pull up my notes here. The procedure is the differences between a pass-by procedure, which is not designed for street enforcement, and a stationary procedure. The stationary procedure is industry standards is the SAE J1287, which is a 96 decibel test performed at 20 inches away. And so when you're looking at something like that, and you're looking at a noise ordinance, you look at other cities, and other cities have established noise ordinance at a certain decibel level, and then you measure it a certain distance away from that for the noise emanating from the vehicle. And then if the vehicle exceeds that noise limit, at that point you can issue a citation if you've got your code that establishes that process. The other issue with that is that you need to control for ambient noise. And the SAE J1287 measures at a distance of 20 inches to minimize the ambient noise. And that's the procedure. And there's actually a written procedure about exactly how to do that test, and at what, how the engine needs to be, there's technical knowledge, but in that, and like at what rate the engine needs to be going at that point of the test. So that's just to say it is, I wanted to take just a minute to talk about that it is a tool, but it is a more complicated tool, I think, than some of the people who've made comments. I just wanted to explain the process by which you would need to establish a decibel level. You would need to agree on a decibel level. I think it would be really important to get community input on what that decibel level should be. I want to thank Councilmember Duncan for going out and doing some decibel readings in the community. You can buy a decibel reader that it is not certified for purposes of use in court, and Councilmember Duncan has been nice enough to obtain a meter and has done some metering for us, and has found that in some cases passenger cars make less noise if they are functioning properly than other types of vehicles. And that's the kind of thing we would have to look at, is what decibel level do you want to set the ordinance at what distance do you measure it, and what kind of circumstances do you measure it under. And so with that, I want to, at this point, we can discuss or ask questions at the discretion of the chair and the mayor. I'm happy to answer questions.
Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah. Thank you, Mary. May I take 60 seconds to share my screen and show you that quick results? I think it's instructive, all right, whether you agree you want to proceed with this or not, but at least I'd like you to understand why you can do it from different distances. If I may share my screen.
Yes.
Okay, can you guys see that graph? Sand flats uphill. Let me get rid of this guy. So what I did is one morning I went out to Sand Flats, spent the better part of an hour, noise meter parked out the, basically sitting on a little table out your window, so to speak, and watched vehicles go by. There are for cars, SUVs, Jeeps, pickup trucks, vehicles with trailers, utility trucks, none that day of those kinds of trucks, big trucks, motorcycles, Hummers, and UTVs. And here's the decibel levels on one side. These are all measured and corrected to now a distance of 25 feet, kind of a standard. You have to understand that you can take observations at one distance and correct them down to another distance, because sound spreads out ordinarily from a point source as a spear. So 96 dB at the SAE standard is applied to motorcycles and UTVs at 20 inches, comes down to 78 dB. That's where it is, 78. See that right there? Ambient noise, ordinarily it's much quieter, 50 dB or lower. And if we were to set a possible citation standard at say 80 some odd, 86 dB, in this particular morning, we would have flagged maybe 4 vehicles. One would be a big truck, one would be a UTV, two of them would be a UTV, one that just barely made it, and one that was really objectionable. And that's kind of how it goes. There was a pickup truck that came by with a bad muffler. You could hear it. You do have to be, Brett is correct. You have to be careful that other vehicles are not too close to here, but the meter is directional. And the farther away you get, twice as far away decreases it by 6 dB, for example. And so I think it's perfectly doable. It does take a little bit of training and so forth, but it helps catch not only just UTVs here, but other noisy vehicles that are also problematic, such as Jalen's motorcycles once in a while. The two that I happened to see that day, she is correct, they would be underneath the threshold. So that's kind of how it goes. And I think it's a reasonable technique and worth pursuing. If you guys don't just, I'm a technical background engineer, blah, 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 but I'd be happy to get some references from other professionals in the community who would either back me up or not back me up. Okay, so I think that's enough for right now. We're running out of time. Thank you. How do I unshare my screen here?
Thank you, Mike. I was on mute. So we will move to the final agenda item, discussion of possible.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Just very quickly, I was wondering if I could ask the city manager to please respond to just the comments that were presented by Mike very quickly, because I've just heard City Manager Linares speak to, while we can capture, there's still difficulty in prosecution. So I just thought it would be helpful to state that now, if you'll allow that, Mary.
Certainly.
To be real quick, we're running out of time. When that data and that information is taken to court, we have to, as a prosecutor, be able to isolate it and show that that noise was all created by the one individual you're accusing of violating the law. If you can't isolate it and show it's just that one vehicle created that noise, you have a hard time reaching your prosecution standard, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. If there's other ambient noise that's occurring, is it reasonable that that other noise contributed to that decibel reading that you have, which the answer most of the time is going to be yes. So is it reasonable that that vehicle didn't cause all that noise? And that's where you start running into the enforcement problems with the decibels. It's not capturing it, it's proving in a court beyond a reasonable doubt that all of that decibel reading that you have was created and generated solely by the person you're accusing of making that noise. And that's where it gets really hard to enforce the decibel aspects of it.
Let's talk about it later on, Joel. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Joel. Mayor Niehaus, take it away.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Chair. I just, want to preface this all by saying that I think we've all been listening as hard as we can listen. And we have been reaching out to as many people as we can to kind of, figure out where we are with dealing with the noise issue in our community. And so my friends at the state legislature have heard me say this. So the acronym for Mayor of Moab is MOM, M-O-M. And, I take the title to heart. It's my job to protect my community, just like a mom protects her children. So this includes the community members deeply frustrated with our noise levels, my neighbors that own a UTV for recreation, my friends that own UTV businesses that take visitors out on tours or rent them for visitors to explore on their own. And finally, my law enforcement officers that are asked to shoulder the logistical and financial burden of enforcement on this issue. And so if we are to act on proposed legislation, I want to make absolutely sure that we take care of our own. So as some of you know, I've been looking at and talking about potential designated routes and curfews as possible solutions, either codified at the, with state code, or suggested with, just through education and signage. But these are suggestions that I have come to realize that do not put our locals first. And so I actually have another option for us to consider if we are to pursue, a legislative effort, because the true goal here is to minimize the volume, right? Minimizing the noise by minimizing the actual number of UTVs on our city streets. And, after listening and reading to all of the extensive comments that have been made to us, I propose that we consider pursuing this, the following legislative authority. So residents that live in Grand County and businesses that currently operate UTV tours and rentals in Grand County be permitted to continue to drive on our city streets through a permitting process. And those who do not have a permit to drive on city streets will have to return to trailering their UTV just within the city limits. So permittees could receive like an identifying flag so that locals and local law enforcement can easily identify who is permitted on our city roads. And we don't have to spend any additional money or any additional time on enforcement. And we as a community decide who gets the permit. So I'd love to listen to the city council and the county commission's thoughts on this type of legislative action, and any questions that you might have on action like this.
Well, I know an action like this will require state allowing us to modify, giving municipalities and counties the right to regulate. We're the only state, from my research, in the nation. Lots of states allow UTVs and ATVs to be driven on county roads and state roads, many, many of them. But we are the only state that does not allow municipalities and counties to do any type of regulation. So I think your idea is really, really good. I think we need to really become intentional with visiting with our representatives and saying, we just need the right. And then, arguing that, every other state gives local control. So yes, I think the idea is great, because I do think the problem is the amount in town that's causing the problems and on our streets, not just the fact that they're noisy, it's the amount.
Yeah, a way to control volume by controlling volume.
Right, yes.
Is the idea. Ronnie?
So Mary, you're thinking that these permits would be more of a procedural thing that locals could get for free, or would you pay for anything for them? And then I guess my only thought about flags is, on the one hand, that's great because it seems visible and really easy. I don't know if it's easy for someone, to use your flag, but anyway, yeah, I was just wondering about, whether we just make them free then.
Well, that all depends. As we've gone through our city budget, nothing's free, but between the piece of paper, the 3 minutes of processing time, and the relatively inexpensive flag that we could produce, and I'm assuming each flag would have a unique number, that could be, $10, $15, $25, probably at the most. And then that would create a permitting system for us to be able to set a number of allowable units on our city streets. And again, I just want to reiterate that preference goes to my neighbors and my friends that own and operate UTV companies, because those are my people. Those are our people. Other comments or questions? Kaylin?
I think that idea has a lot of merit in terms of reducing the volume, which ultimately, barring a sea change in the industry, is what we need. This has been an issue for as long as I've been in office, for the past 5 years, and we've got to do something. We are given the current limitations that the state imposes on us. We're doing what we can, but I think something like what you're proposing, which protects the interests of those people, those locals that have embraced this form of transportation, but gets a handle on the noise for the rest of the residents that we also answer to, has a lot of potential. Obviously, there'll be details to work out, but I think we can do that if the state goes along with it. Thanks.
I think we could also use it as an incentive that if a tourist comes in town with an electric UTV, ATV, or one that has the mufflers on it, that there would be some way that they could be given a that they would be the exception. They would be allowed to drive in the streets, and that would incentivize people to make sure their machines were quiet. So I think it's worth pursuing, but we're going to have to do it in conjunction with lobbying the state to allow us to do something of this nature.
That's right. It would take state action to give us the authority to do a permitting system like this. And I'm really glad that you pointed out that a permitting system like this allows us to incentivize as well as educate those driving on our city streets.
Tawny.
I love technology. I would concur with Kaylin. I think that this is this has a lot of possibility and a lot of merit to it. And again, there needs to be some massaging of it and some details worked out. I also think that there are some things that we could include with that. Updating the film that people would watch to the people that watch when they come rent a vehicle, to include etiquette on city streets, not just trail etiquette. I think we can make that an education part. And there are hundreds of years of good experience in our own community with this kind of recreation. And even though there may be good experience outside our community, I think the people that we need to embrace are the people within our own community that have championed this industry and have been good ambassadors and have been our allies in this, and elevate them a little bit. And I think it will go a long way to mend some of the divides and to just soften some of the hurt feelings that are around. And I think that, whoops, I lost my train of thought. That's it. Sorry.
Thank you, Tawny. Michael.
I like the permitting idea and what Kaylin suggested as well. The only thing I would add is that with the permits, it gives you an opportunity to, as the years go by, to be phased in at a pace where dealers can afford to do it as they update their fleets, to impose increasingly stringent standards on noise and a variety of beneficial things, much like we're talking about imposing new standards on overnight accommodations. And so I like that idea. Obviously, if we can swing that kind of thing, it beats many of the other things that we've talked about here. So it's worth pursuing.
And yes, Ronnie? You're muted.
You're muted.
I'm just going to thank the mayor for working on this and the staff of the city and the county, because we've been trying to work on this for so long, and it just seems like so long the answer was like, oh, we can't really do anything. And so thank you guys for getting creative. And so, Mayor, obviously we know we're coming up on the legislative session, and this is the time to get out there and talk to people. So maybe you just let us know how we can be helpful. And then just like with the first item on the agenda today, I just kind of welcome anyone to let us know how we can interest Grand County and San Juan County, just because, maybe it helps if our whole valley is asking for this. Yeah.
Thank you for that comment, Ronnie. And I'll just respond by saying, we have time between now and the legislative session to draft this, to circulate this. But I do feel like a permitting system is something that can be inclusive, where we can control the volume by controlling the volume. And that is the tool that we have as a municipality. And I wanted to get a little in the nitty gritty too, that I recognize that Moab City streets, I'm proposing a permitting system only on Moab City streets, but that permit would be, honored, that all Grand County residents would be honored in that, use of city streets in this permit proposal. So that we're really talking about residents. We could consider going as wide as San Juan County. I think we would just ask them to be in lockstep with us with these other mitigating efforts if they want inclusion in this.
Sounds great. I'm thinking maybe what we're going to need to do is create a group of people who want to work on this, because we need to get a team together that's willing to spend some extra time outside of county council meetings and commission meetings to organize the various ways and to get something in writing to give to our legislators. I'd always say,
I'm happy to do that, and I'll put a team together and move this forward if it feels like there's positive support from the city council and the county commissioners, which sounds so far like the comments that have been made, there's some support.
Okay.
I wanted to just ask if anybody else.
I'd like to just say before we close that I appreciate the mayor's efforts. I think she's a genius at this lobbying relationship stuff. I think the city does it very well. The county does not. So I do hope we stay involved and we learn from the mayor and the city council on how to best lobby our legislators. And I am very intrigued to see where this permit idea goes. I think it's great if we can pull it off. There's a lot of other ideas, and some of those ideas are county issues like TRT reform. It was Sheriff White that came up with the ATV tax at the state level. So there would be additional tax that would the state would collect and distribute to Southeast Utah counties. And it wouldn't just be us, but be San Juan, it'd be Kane, it'd be Wayne, it'd be Garfield, all those guys, all those sheriffs are talking and they're all getting really hammered. So that's something I think the Sheriff's Association would support. And then tweaks to the street legal statute. There is one sentence and arguably 3 words in statute that are creating all of our issues. And so I just beg and implore the county commission to get more involved in this. And I think that part of that is talking about our UAC contract. And I did meet, the city has lobbyists on staff, and I think it's a really, really important place to put some money. And so I hope that on the county level, we'll stay engaged and passionate with this stuff.
I think we should work at this as a county and a city. I think it should be a joint effort moving forward, because we will have a lot more. They're going to listen to us when we come as a county and a city much more than they're going to listen to us if we come separately. So it is 2 minutes till 4. So Emily, I heard you volunteer that you're going to organize getting a group together to continue this discussion and continue how we go forward. So I encourage my commission to, if you're interested on serving on that and helping on that, please email her and tell her so. And then we should probably get anyway. So thank you. We will get that done. Anything else? It is almost 4. I do think we need a break. So I am going to, unless anybody has anything else, adjourn this joint commission council meeting of the Moab City and Grand County. And I will ask all of my commissioners to be back and ready. It's not a huge agenda to hit the ground running at 4:05. Okay.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Christina.
Don't log out, my guys. In case you're interested, city, we're having the health department and the hospital are going to give us an update first thing right after we open the meeting on what's going on in Grand County as far as COVID. So if you want to check back in 5 minutes to watch that presentation. And then if you have any questions, you're welcome. I will call on you to ask, if you have something to ask. So see you in 5 minutes. This meeting is adjourned. Stay on though. Welcome. If you are, if you're a commissioner and you're on this, if you're back, would you please turn on your video so I know that you're there? So I know I have a quorum. Evan, are you there? People who are waiting, I apologize. Our workshop went long and we took a 5-10 minute break. So we're here. So I see Gabriel, I see Jaylyn. Greg, are you back? Okay, we have 4. We have 4 here. That's all we need. Okay, I am starting. It is October the 20th, 2020. The time is 4:09 and I'm starting this meeting of the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District Administrative Control Board regular meeting. Are there any citizens to be heard? Okay, we will move to approval of minutes. Do I have a motion? Welcome. We now have Greg. Present on the commission are Greg Halliday, Jaylyn Hawks, Mary McGann, Evan Clapper, and Gabriel Wojtek. We also have Chris Baird and Quinn Hall and Mallory Nassau, Assistant Administrator. So we're ready. Approval of minutes.
I move to approve the minutes.
Okay.
From September 15th.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Greg. Motion by Jaylyn to approve the minutes. Second by Greg. Discussion? All in favor, say aye and raise your hand. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Now we are moving to bills, to ratifying payments of bills.
So Mary, before we do that, I don't know if I heard you say our county attorney was on as well. Maybe she's.
Are you there, Christine?
Well, she may not be there, but she's there.
Okay. I was just seeing, I was going to.
Oh, who had their photos up? I see. Okay.
She's actually, I don't know if she's here or not, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So we know Chris is here and Mallory's here because they started us. So.
All right.
Okay.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, Gabriel.
I'd like to make a motion to approve bills paid for the Thompson Fire District for October 20th, 2020. Total bills in the amount of $3,328.92, which is the same amount for total bills and payroll, $3,862.26. Oh, it's not the same amount. I'm sorry. Total bills and payroll, $3,862.26.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion by Gabriel Wojtek. Do I have a second? Seconded by Greg Halliday. I will have a roll call vote. Oh, discussion.
Thank you. It's out of the ordinary amount. I'm just curious what it's for.
Chief?
Yeah, I did receive a grant for about $3,500 for wildland supplies. So that grant will be reimbursed. So that's probably what accounts for a good portion of that.
Okay, thank you.
Good catch, Jaylyn. Any other questions? I'll call for a roll call vote. Gabriel Wojtek?
Yes.
Evan Clapper?
Yes.
Mary McGann? Yes. Greg Halliday?
Aye.
Jaylyn Hawks?
Yes.
Okay, passes unanimously. Chief Markham, do you have a report?
I do. Let's see, area incidents. Towards the end of September, we actually had 3 vehicle accidents on I-70 near the Thompson area. Except for the 24-hour period, that was kind of weird. Things do kind of happen in threes out there though, so that's how that goes. Training on October 10th, I was able to attend the Moab Regional Fire School in Moab. sponsored by the Moab Fire Department. And I took a 4-hour vehicle extrication training, which is great training. People come down from the Utah Fire Rescue Academy, firefighters that are very experienced, and it's great to have that opportunity to train with them. Due to the extreme national fire demand for wildland fire personnel, I took vacation time and did go on two-week fire assignments. One to the Cameron Peak Fire in outside of Fort Collins, which is now the biggest wildland fire in Colorado and still growing. And then I also went to one in north of Duchesne, the East Fork Fire. Help my fellow firefighters out there. I'm back at the airport now. Hopefully the fire season is close to over, although who knows. Also on my agenda here, I hope by the beginning of next year to have an agreement in place with the Thompson Springs Special Service Water District for their use of the building of the Thompson Springs Fire Department. All the utilities are paid for through the fire department budget. They've been using that building for years. I'm hoping to work with the county administrator and probably the county attorney to draft up an agreement so that they can pay their fair share, and also define what kind of usage they can have of the building. For example, they came up to me with a proposal to put in a propane tank, about a 50-gallon propane tank, and a propane furnace in their office for the winter. I told them that I thought that would need to go through you, my board, and also I asked to see plans. I submitted the plans to the building department, and they had some input into that. So we're not there yet, but I just want to let you know that they want to do that. It's not their building, so I'm asking your opinion on what you think, how you think this should go about occurring, or if they can even do it. Because it is sorry.
Go ahead, Chris. Did you have, I would think you should be able to work out some type of agreement with, and that would help with payments for you and give them a place. Okay,
Mary?
great. Yes.
Yeah. I talked to the water board about it, and I told them that it was up to Mark to decide whether or not he was going to allow that. But also the county building department had to okay any kind of heating element that is brought into that building. The last thing we want is to burn down the fire station. So yeah, so I don't know where we are on that, Mark, now, but that was the last thing that I told them, that they had to satisfy you, they had to satisfy the county building inspector. So
okay. Yeah, like I said, I sent the plans to the building inspector. They definitely had some input as to they needed better plans and more specifications as far as to do it correctly. I'm all for them putting in heat in there. I'm all for them using that building, but that building was originally intended to be an emergency services building. So at some point down the road, law enforcement wants to come back in there, or EMS or fire. There's only one other office besides the fire chiefs, and that's what the water district is currently using and has been using for who knows how long before I was chief. And there's never been an agreement. So it's just been kind of a, good neighbor kind of thing that they've been using the building. But I think there definitely needs to be something in writing. And I did include in my package some bullet points as far as them, just some bullet points as far as their usage of the building and what I think some guidelines should be. And also, when the building was first proposed to the CIB, it was put in writing as to what that building should be used for. So that's also included in your packages, I believe, if Mallory included them. I'm sure she probably did. So maybe if you could look over those and get some feedback at next meeting, or hopefully before then, from Chris and Greg and whoever else wants to contribute.
okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is that
Mary, may I ask a couple of questions before we move on?
You certainly can, Jalen.
So there's two things in here. There's the fire district building that the water district is sharing. And then the second one is about a fire station, and I'm assuming they're two different buildings because they were built at different times. Is that correct?
No, it's the same building. So where you can see the
Okay.
project attachment number 1, that's from the CIB grant when the building was originally proposed. And the second paragraph there kind of outlines who the building's for. The office wasn't made for the water district. The office was made for law enforcement. And at some point, law enforcement vacated and the water board moved in. I don't know how that happened. Like I said, that was before me, and there's never been any agreement in place. So,
so this just says the fire department building was constructed in 2005, and then the next document has a building that was built circa 1940. I guess that's why I'm confused. Are those two different buildings?
Yeah, one was the old fire station. You may have gotten the wrong documents. I may have accidentally sent the wrong documents. I'll make sure you get the right ones.
Okay.
But yeah, the old building was torn down, and then they built the new fire station in 2005.
Okay.
We're in the current location.
All right. Thank you. Well, then one last quick question. It said that, and it may not even be relevant because I apparently have the wrong document. The building will also house a vehicle and equipment operated by Grand County EMS. Is that vehicle already existing, or is that vehicle going to need to be purchased?
When this all occurred, we actually had an ambulance in Thompson. We had several EMTs. Right now, I'm the only EMT, so it really doesn't make sense to have an ambulance there. Although in the future, with the call volumes increasing north of town, in fact, the other night, Grand County EMS basically staged in Thompson at the shed there. So that's something that could happen in the future, hopefully, where if they have staffing and we have the call volume, they can staff out of that building. So it's a lot closer to this north end of town where things are really occurring quite more frequently now.
Okay, thank you. Look forward to the discussion.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. It was nice
Thank you.
having you here in person. Thank you. There's no new business, no old business. There's no any future. Well, the future consideration will be to deal with this, making it so that the water district can stay in their building. No public hearing, no closed session. So I will adjourn this meeting of the Thompson Springs Fire Department. We are now to our regular meeting. It is October 20th, 2020, excuse me. It is 4:21, and I'm opening this meeting of the Grand County Commission regular meeting. Present, Greg Halliday, Mary McGann, Evan Clapper, Gabriel Wojtek, Jaylyn Hawks, Chris Baird, County Administrator, Mallory Nassau, Assistant County Administrator, Quinn Hall, County Clerk. I have asked before we move to citizens to be heard, so that we could be cognizant of their time, I've asked Brady and Jen to give a quick update on what's happening with the coronavirus in our community. So I'm turning the time over to the two of you.
Hi, everybody. Is Brady on?
Yeah, I'm on. Go ahead, Jen.
Hi, I'm Jen Sadoff. I'm the CEO at Moab Regional Hospital, and thank you so much for asking us to be here today. I think, Brady, I'll defer to you to talk about the sort of growth in transmission rates, and then I can talk about hospital readiness after that if you'd like to start.
Sure. I was going to spare you, we're moving a little bit, so I was going to spare you that video, but if you can put up with it for a couple minutes, we'll move ahead. So everybody probably knows that certainly we've seen that increased transmission rates that we have been fearing a little bit all along. The 14-day case rate for Grand County is well above 300. Basically, that means just the number of cases we've had in the last 2 weeks time multiplied by 10. And that is a metric that the state is looking at as they consider the movement between risk levels that was instituted last week, in which Grant County sits in the medium risk level, which is not a big surprise, and maybe jumping the gun a little bit. I would anticipate that maybe that holds steady for another week, but we'll know more tomorrow. The testing percent positive, maybe I should leave this to Jen. It seems like it's bounced a little bit. It's a little bit higher now than it was a couple weeks ago. In terms of within the community, we've seen it seemed like we were moving towards a slightly older demographic that was getting testing positive. It seems to be shifting back down a little bit now, and we have seen first school rated. I should say that, and this is an instance where we don't know that the transmission happened exactly at school, but certainly in a way that suggests some transmission between students that is the first we've seen in all 3 counties, and that's also helped to drive down kind of that age demographic. Now, the age demographic is a little bit of a mixed bag. It's good on the one hand because generally those individuals aren't needing a lot of treatment and care. On the other hand, it can lead to asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic transmission that would pass it to maybe a more vulnerable population. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust. And what we've seen in particularly Carbon County that's had a little bit higher numbers and throughout the state of Utah actually, is we really want to pay attention to our hospital status a couple weeks after we see this increase in rates. And so that's starting to be about now. So we're really paying attention to the status of these cases. Are they deteriorating? Are they holding steady, or are they improving? For the most part, the good news in Grant County is they've been fairly healthy all along. We also continue to see transmission from known cases to known cases. It seemed to be imported initially from Utah County when they had a huge surge. Now I will say community spread. We have taken that to mean unknown location, but I in this instance, I mean it in the sense that we are getting it. Our cases are getting it from other cases in Grant County. So on our side, we look to unveil a kind of an updated dashboard on our website in the next couple of days that should provide quite a bit more information to the public that we're excited about. And I guess I'll hold there and pass it to Jen and wait for questions.
So here at the hospital, what we've been really trying to work on is to gain access to consistent availability of rapid testing. We didn't find it particularly helpful to be waiting 4 or 5, 6 days to get results back from the different testing options that we had. We have started to offer rapid tests in all of our areas except our asymptomatic testing program. And we hope that we'll be able to hang on to the ability to do that. Supplies are very difficult to get. They've mostly been purchased by either really large chains or government organizations who are then distributing them out in an allocated way. It's a little bit tricky because they're allocating to us based on our community size, without taking into account the number of visitors that we have here. And we are seeing plenty of visitors who are coming to the hospital to get tested. So in spite of really advocating for more tests to be made available to us, they're allocating amounts that are too small to serve the need already. So it's hard for me to get extra for the community. In terms of the testing positivity rates, I don't know if I can share my screen. We have, can you all see the screen? Is that a yes?
Now we can.
Okay, great. So you can see our positivity rates here. These are Moab residents specifically, and then these are our total numbers. Even though we are having a number of visitors test positive at Moab Regional Hospital, what's going on here locally reflects the same kind of curve that you see in our overall testing. This was here back in July when our rates were high. There was a little bump right around Labor Day, and this is sort of where we're at now. It's come down a little bit in the last couple of days, but we had a number of cases come back positive today that aren't registering on this graph yet. They won't register tomorrow. And like Brady said, most of them are related to a cluster, associated with some youth in the community. So, the other thing we're really doing is touching base on a regular daily basis with what's happening in the 4 large hospital systems around Utah. As of today, 3 of those 4 are reporting moderate to high stress levels on their capacity. And it's not actually a bed problem, it's a people to staff those bed problem. We're experiencing this at Moab Regional Hospital as COVID passes around the community. It tends to also hit our healthcare workers, not here in the building, but at home. And so, that's what they're experiencing in other hospitals where, physicians and nurses are getting sick, not at work, but, from their family members and their social contacts. So it's concerning, but we are in a place where we're prepared to, pull back all but emergent surgeries if we need to, and to ramp up operations if we need to. We do have the ability to ventilate 3 patients. We have transport ventilators available to us. And, the other good news is we've come a long way from last spring around, the treatment regimens that are available for patients. So, we're just looking to the future and, preparing to make changes every day in a constantly fluid situation.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the council? Yes, Greg?
Yeah. How many patients do you currently have in the hospital with COVID?
We have 0 patients in the hospital with COVID.
Okay. There was one noted last week, so that patient has recovered or has just gone home.
I think the one that you noted last week, it was actually from several months ago. It's been a couple of months since that patient has recovered and gone home.
Okay, thank you.
Or what feels like several months, maybe several years ago. So.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one. Just a point of clarification. Would you repeat what you said about the rapid testing? As I understood it, you've got the ability, but not the supplies?
We have the supplies, but how long those supplies will last, we don't know. It's very, allocations sometimes don't show up. Sometimes we don't get the full amount that we were allocated. The company that we were working with, for a while, the state was supplying us these Abbott Rapid Now tests. And then they decided that hospitals would need to contract with Abbott directly, but they were getting so many requests that they shut down hospitals, getting new contracts with them. So now it's back to the state. It's just this, everybody's trying to get the same thing, and there's a limited amount available. So
Okay.
we should be starting to get a Bionex. It's an antigen test. It's kind of like a pregnancy test where you'll know within 15 to 20 minutes if you have a positive, and then if you do, they do sort of a next stage of the PCR testing. So we just got word actually right before this meeting that they would allocate some of those to us. Brady might be able to explain those better than I can.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah, we have started receiving those and expect to distribute some within the community as well to help take a little bit of that load off. The sensitivity and specificity aren't quite as high as that of the PCR test, but they are still considered good enough to, especially when administered throughout a community, to understand what's happening with disease. Generally speaking, we've been told if the test result matches the symptoms, then it's probably accurate. Now, it's a pretty crude way of putting it, but also fairly understandable. So our allotment isn't also that big, but we do expect that it will be regular at least. So those that we partner with in the community should be able to expect a weekly shipment from us.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Barry?
Yes, Greg?
Yeah, when you are you doing much in the way of contact tracing with these people that are testing positive?
Yeah, you may have heard that certain health departments have had to really prioritize what they've done based on their humongous caseloads. We are still doing all investigation and contact tracing. Now, people approach us sometimes with concern that, I haven't heard this or that. And I reiterate that it's not perfect, but we figure we get the vast majority of the contacts. They do forget sometimes, and maybe they don't tell us sometimes, but we are still fully engaged in that. Though I will say last week we started to get to the point where we started to have discussions about prioritizing ours as well. So we're looking at if we need to hire additional folks, but right now we're fully engaged in it.
Where are you seeing most of the virus coming from? Is it coming into the area from relatives? Is it coming into the area from friends visiting, or are people leaving and picking it up and bringing it back, or how is it seems to be getting in here?
So my assessment would be that up until about 10 days ago or so, it was all being brought in from friends and relatives and visitors to the area. Right now, it seems to be pretty well entrenched, and it's friends and family giving it to each other. And that's an important question, though, as we look at what the governor has instituted as far as these risk levels, and really from high to medium to low, the things it focuses on are mask use and the gathering size of social gatherings, because that is really what we have seen to be the primary mode of transmission, is within a household at a small party where we we really are lax on our mask use because of the size of the party, for example. But kind of, we know there are certain super spreader events. We haven't seen any of those so far in Grand County that we could really identify from some sort of mass gathering type situation. It still seems to be household and work site. So.
Thank you.
And we have had a number of asymptomatic people who are participating in the asymptomatic program come back positive. And so I think what we really need to reiterate to people is people don't have to seem sick in order to be testing positive and be potentially spreading it. So I know I've let my guard down. I know, all of us are pretty much over this constant, social distancing and sort of staying within our family clusters. But I think now is the time, in looking at the escalating rates around the state, to really start taking it seriously of, maybe not having that backyard outdoor gathering, maybe lower the risk bar that you're willing to take a little bit, or raise it up, do something that makes it so that you're less likely to be a part of that chain of transmission. Because I keep trying to reiterate this point that every person who has died from this was a part of a long chain of transmission that any one of us can break. And just because we aren't at risk, or we have our, I'm not that young, but just because I feel pretty young doesn't mean I can't be part of breaking that transmission chain. And we do that for our neighbors and for our family members who could be at risk.
Mary, if I may, I have some questions that piggyback off all that stuff. And first, I just want to say thank you so much to the health department and MRH staff. And makes me so sad to hear health workers are suffering at home from this virus, taking care of us. But I know that's part of it, and hopefully that's not lost on anyone how hard these jobs are. In terms of the new regulations from the governor, and Brady had previously explained to me that these are really getting at these social events that are the super spreaders. I have tons of questions about sports programs at the schools, and I'm of course a parent of young kids. I see some parents of young kids. I know there's a bunch of parents listening in. So I have a few questions related to school stuff, and I know that you guys are not the school district, but I'm curious for you to let us know as much as you know about how that's working. And so in terms of the regulations trying to focus on social activities, are both of your entities consulting with the school district about how sports are proceeding today, how they're going to proceed next week, how they're going to proceed in a month? And the spreading that has happened, I know it's sort of ballooned. I've heard, but I don't have confirmation that certain sports teams at the high school are quarantined. So could you guys speak to your consulting roles for the school district there, and anything you can tell us?
Well, I'll let Brady talk a little bit about schools and sports. We have been in contact with the school, and we've made it a high priority to make sure that teachers who have potentially been exposed have access to rapid tests so that they can continue to teach as long as they are asymptomatic and still testing negative. This is an unpopular opinion, and it certainly isn't necessarily, what we advise the school district or, the health department to do. But Dr. Cole couldn't be here today. He is seeing patients in clinic, but we think that it may be important to prioritize what is the most important thing for our kids in order to keep schools open. And it's difficult for us to think that indoor sports as we move into winter will be, something that will help us keep schools open, but that's not our call. And it's a difficult call to make, and one that comes with a lot of community pressure, pressure at the state level. There's certainly, people out there who high school football is just about the most important thing on the planet. So, you know, I think it's more important for kids to have the opportunity to be in school. And, you know, as we watch things unfold, I think school sports may be something that our medical staff will advocate for pulling back. But so far, the medical staff hasn't met on that. It's just, you know, Dr. Cole's and my opinion from talking to other entities around the state. So I'll play the bad guy, Brady. Now you can play the good guy.
You want me to just say, let it all go. What I will say, I guess in a diplomatic way, is that when masks have been able to be in place, that has broken the chain of transmission in schools. And there are certain situations, and they usually do involve sports, that where you can't wear a mask and you can't socially distance, and that certainly increases that risk. And you know, we only have a couple of examples of that now, but I think that will probably hold true over the next weeks and months. So that is something for parents to consider. We will be meeting with the school district Thursday and regularly thereafter. Ultimately, many of these decisions will come down to the school board and the superintendent, and we'll consult as best we can. So I don't know if that answers your question at all, Christina, but
I'll take it. Okay, I have another question. My daughter's teacher just tested positive for COVID. So we're going through our own experience with the contact tracing and currently, and I didn't know any of this, and I don't think the school district has done a good job of educating parents about the protocols that are in place. So the teacher tested positive. The school nurse is doing the contact tracing, and I assume that's in coordination with the health district, but I'm curious to hear about that. It is a voluntary testing that the student can do, and it's only available to the student. If the student tests positive, then the family can test. And I'm glad there's any voluntary testing, because I know at the beginning of this, we weren't sure that we would have enough tests to even test students who had some exposure. The risk is considered low from teacher to student, at least in my circumstance, where masks were always used and all of that. I was really happy to hear from the school nurse that prior to this little cluster that's happening, especially at the high school right now, there had been 3 positives in the school, 1 in the high school, 2 in the elementary school. 40 people had agreed to voluntarily test, and all 40 of those tested negative. So that's great. I'd like to see, though, that testing be mandatory. And I'm curious if our limitation is on the number of tests we have, or if we could make it mandatory and the school district has just chosen not to.
Well, from our point of view, we can't make that mandatory.
Do you know, can you speak to whether we have the tests to make it mandatory, or is there a limitation of the tests themselves?
When, you know, if we're talking about, you know, a range of people from 10 to 50, just speaking to the amount of tests we have, we could make that work. Particularly if we worked in conjunction with the hospital. Just from our legal standpoint, we've been told that we cannot force anyone to get tested. An employer may be able to do that, but not us.
Well, and I'm speaking as to the students who've been exposed, whether it's a student or a teacher exposed in a class. The school district has the ability to make that mandatory. So I'm just curious in my next step in talking with the school district if there's a limitation in the number of tests.
I think it would really depend on whether it's a rapid test that they want. There's probably, you know, our supply of non-rapid PCR tests is really good, so that probably wouldn't be an issue. And so I don't think it's a problem with the supply. I think where it comes into is I know that our staff would feel uncomfortable. I mean, we would never hold somebody down and test them against their will unless their parent told us we could hold them down, like I have done with my
Right.
child.
Well,
But-
sure. And the alternative to testing, of course, would be a quarantine. But right now, you're not required to quarantine your kid if there's been exposure. And so it's getting at that either or, for sure. I don't want to hold anyone down and force test them either. But just, it's interesting as I've now personally been, maneuvering through the protocols. And I have to say that I'm very happy with the results of voluntary testing, which show that by and large, at least at the elementary school, the protocols are working. And so I don't want to sound too critical, but the parents are freaking out right now, and there's lots of questions being asked. So I'm just trying to get as much information out there as possible. And then moving from the schools, we're talking about our special events permitting, and it has come to light that we don't have the county staff to ensure or enforce compliance with our mask mandate at special events. Unless we hire additional staff, put more time and effort into it. And of course, now we have the state health order that's requiring masks for large events in addition to our county ordinance. So I am hoping you guys would give us an opinion whether we should cease special events unless we can enforce compliance and ensure compliance, inspect that compliance, or whether you think it's sufficient that we have a COVID plan that's been approved and let it do its thing.
I would defer to Brady as the health department on that one.
That's a humongous question. Also fraught with a lot of pitfalls, whether they be political or economic. Certainly, I should probably stick to the health role. What I will say is that if an event organizer is committed to pushing out the message that masks are required, statewide, they've seen really good compliance and not a lot of infection. I can't give numbers to that, but in our area, we haven't been able to track down really any sort of cluster of cases to an event like that. Not that they haven't happened, but in any way that's revealed to us through epidemiology and contact tracing. And we have over and over and over again in household situations. So to me, it comes down to the willingness of the organizer to say, I will form this plan and I am committed to it, recognizing that perhaps my future status in the county is at risk if I don't adhere to these measures. But I don't know that I'm prepared, at least today, to give a definitive opinion on that one way or the other.
Okay, I appreciate that information. That's it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Brady. Thank you, Jen. I know I was getting a lot of questions about the surge. So thank you.
Thank you all. Have a great day and wear your masks.
Wear your masks. Okay,
Right.
we are to citizens to be heard. There's a link if you have the to go to, or you can dial in at 669-900-6833. Meeting ID 867-1625-2356. Password 279317. Mallory or Chris, do we have anyone waiting for citizens to be heard?
Everybody is in the meeting, so if you are a citizen that would like to be heard, either just speak up, or if you're on the phone, you may have to punch in *6 to unmute yourself.
I'm ready to speak up, may I?
Yes, 2
Am I-
minutes. State your name.
Less than that. Mark Horowitz. I want to say how grateful I am that the Moab City and the Grand County Council met together to deal with the pandemic, that pandemic, which is the razor use in the county. But, you know, although I took a moment out to escort a couple of Airbnb guests into my Airbnb room, I missed just that moment of the meeting, but I didn't hear a word about, well, I heard talk about the streets. Granted, that's a problem, but I've experienced sunrise at Sand Flats area, and it's pretty crazy up there. Now, Sand Flats is one of our beloved roads. We taxpayers pay for that road, and all I know is it was a dust bowl a mile wide, and I see Miss Brand is on the line, and I'm encouraging whatever happens with the ATV and the razor use over time, that it includes Sand Flats Road and the Sand Flats recreation area, which in my view is as bad now or worse than it was when the Sand Flats recreation area was established. Thank you very much for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Mark. Do we have anyone else? Are you talking, Emily?
Yep, and I had my setting off. I'd like to make a comment. Sorry about that. So quick comment. This is Emily Campbell, and I'm speaking as a citizen. First, I just want to commend the county for taking on the tough discussion about how to handle excess noise caused by some types of vehicles on our roads. And I appreciate the county and the city being willing to take on that conversation. I do want to raise a separate issue as part of this larger conversation around public health. I've noticed recently that obviously we have a huge number of people visiting our county, and I recognize that so far it doesn't appear to be a major vector, but I have been shocked by the number of local businesses that I've personally experienced a lack of mask wearing and enforcement. And anecdotally, I have heard of some people in the county buildings not wearing masks when others, members of the public, are visiting, such as to drop off ballots. I know that we are all completely exhausted by this. My children are both at home. We chose the homeschool option through the school district. I am completely exasperated, but I recognize that everybody has a different risk level, but I just hope that our local officials and our local businesses and the travel council and all of our different entities in this county will continue to reinforce the importance of mask wearing. And while I know that a lack of enforcement resources continues to be an issue across the board, I do hope that the health department is taking it serious when citizens are calling about businesses that are not enforcing mask wearing. On one particularly egregious example I personally saw, I called the sheriff's department and I was told that the sheriff's department didn't think it was their job to do any kind of enforcement. And that may be true, but as a citizen, it's very difficult to know who is protecting us when that information is not being shared and not being followed through on. So just want to thank you all for everything you're doing. And I hope that the county commission will take this seriously and speak to the county officials about ensuring that compliance is something we're all prioritizing.
If I could speak to some of that, Emily, before you go. The sheriff's office isn't doing the first line of defense on mask wearing. So that's the health department in my office. And we do investigate and reach out to every single business. We have only charged one person with a COVID related crime so far. We have not cited businesses. By and large, we're not seeing multiple complaints against the same business. And so we do feel like so far our education and the enforcement, soft enforcement, admittedly, is working. But citizens with mask complaints should contact essentially me and Orion are the two folks that are working on it. I'm C. Sloan at grandcountyutah.net. He is O. Rogers at utah.gov. And we are addressing every single complaint we get. Certainly you could call our offices as well, but quite frankly, he and I both respond quicker and get emails before we get voicemails. But
Thank you for the follow-up.
Yeah, it is a big, hard thing for sure, but we are putting a lot of effort into that piece of it.
Yeah, I know the county has leaned in really hard, and I just really want to emphasize how much I appreciate everything that the county and individuals working for the county are doing, including your office, Christina. And I just think it's important to remember that we're all in this together, and one person's risk assessment affects everybody. And so thank you for that follow-up and that information that we can act on.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Moving on, we are at approval of minutes. Do I have a motion? Motion to approve minutes.
I would make a move to approve the minutes. Just let's see.
October 6th, 2020.
For October 6th, 2020.
Motion by Gabriel Wojtek, seconded by Greg Halliday. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor, say aye and raise your hands. Aye.
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 Passes unanimously. We are to ratification of bills. Do I have a motion?
Chair, if I may.
Thank you.
I'd make a motion to approve Grand County bills to be paid for October 20th, 2020. Total bills in the amount of $893,681.89. Total payroll in the amount of $228,835.80. Total bills and payroll in the amount of $1,122,517.69.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Second.
Seconded by Greg Halliday. Discussion. Roll call vote. Greg Halliday.
Aye.
Jalen Hawks.
Yes.
Gabriel Wojtek.
Aye.
Evan Clapper.
Yes.
Mary McGann, yes. Passes unanimously. We are now to commission member disclosures on any agenda item. Do we have any disclosures?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
in regards to the discussion on COVID-related events, I was a coordinator for a nonprofit fundraising event that was canceled this year due to COVID. And so hopefully that doesn't eliminate me from participating in the discussion.
I don't think it should. Should it, Christina? She stepped away.
Okay.
But that doesn't, since it's a discussion, I don't see why that would be a problem, but.
Great, I just want to put that out there.
Double
No,
check.
it doesn't. You're fine.
Yeah.
You're fine. You're fine. Okay, we are to general commission reports and future considerations. I'm going to ask our commissioners to be brief as possible, give the main highlights of what you saw, and so that we can keep moving on, so that this meeting can end in a timely fashion. Okay, Jalen Hawks.
Okay, yes, I apologize for missing the last council meeting. I was not able to attend, so I've had several weeks of meetings. I've gone to a couple of planning commission meetings. As always, they're very hardworking and on the ball and moving projects along. Went to a housing authority meeting. The Land Trust, as part of that meeting, reported that building will begin in January at the Arroyo Crossing property. If you drive past, you'll notice curb and gutter, so it's progressing nicely along. MAPS has leased out 7 of the 36 units over there between the hospital and the LDS church, so that's moving along great. They have a plan to open up the Housing Choice Voucher Program again. It's probably a 2-year waiting list, but at least they will be able to get it open. That used to be Section 8 housing. Been to a meeting of the UAC members on a call with state state officials, health officials, to discuss the discussion to discuss how vaccines would be rolled out. And they didn't really discuss that, except that there is a plan they're working on, or maybe it's already completed. Another call with UAC and the health department to discuss the transition from the color coding to the index, risk index. And Association of Local Governments meeting. They always have lots of stuff, long list, so I won't go into that. Just trying to see if there's something I should mention from that. No, we're probably good. As a part of that meeting, I won't mention that. That's it. Although I do want to mention under future considerations, I hope this is being worked on. Got a September 11th email from a citizen over there on the corner of 191 and 4th East. And the business that's right on the corner there apparently has very bright lights and shines them into the neighborhood. And the neighbor has tried to work with him, and that person gets more blatant about it. So anyway, I'm hoping that that's being able to be worked out. I did point him to a couple of sources that he might use, and he seemed very appreciative of that. And so just wanted to make you aware of that. That's all I have. Brief enough?
You're muted, Mary.
Thank you, Jaylen. Greg?
Yeah, couple meetings. I met with the Grand Conservation District. Things are going well with them. We discussed who can use the chipper that they have. Gonna have well, right now it's kept with the Moab Fire Department. One of the big things that they're looking for is to try to come up with a new clerk. So if you know anybody that's looking for a part-time job, they're looking to hire somebody. That's all I've got from them. The next meeting I had was with the Transportation Special Service District. We met in the Grand County Council chambers. Everything's going good there. We have a good fund balance right now. Really don't have enough to really spend a whole lot, but hopefully we can get a little bit more during the year. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Evan?
Yeah, I met with, or there was a couple of public meetings with citizens for the Arches Hotspot Regional Planning. That was well. We got some good feedback from that. We will be bringing that to this body for approval after another couple meetings to make sure that we get what we're actually bringing together before then. Of note, I met with the cemetery board. Those guys are doing great. Budget season's coming up, so we're working on some of the budget stuff. There was a couple issues with the audit just in terms of how it came together. Not the audit didn't find anything, but the billing process was a little screwy. Most important from the cemetery board is we are looking for members to serve. So if you know anyone who's looking for a way to give back to the community, it's a well-oiled machine. They've functioned very well. There's never any contentious issues or anything like that. The meetings go pretty quick. They're definitely painless. So feel free to encourage neighbors, friends, relatives to submit an application for that. Yesterday I met with the EMS board. It was a lot about the building and the process, and we just want to make sure that everything's signed off before actually demoing. and but we're getting real close there. So hopefully next week the old senior center will be demoed. I think some of the EMS staffers, the folks actually running out on calls, might get to get first swing in there. So there might be some spray painted sledgehammers going through walls and things like that. I think a lot of the crew up there has endured subpar conditions for quite some time and are eager to see this next step. There were some other kind of job amendments and also a lot of budget discussions there, but I know it's a long agenda, so I'll just kind of leave it at that. That's all I got.
Thank you, Evan. Gabriel?
All right, thank you. On the 8th, I attended Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District. Nothing notable from that particular meeting, but I did receive an update recently that they do have 2 staff on quarantine right now, and 1 did test positive. No residents are showing symptoms or other staff or testing positive at this time, but it's something that we should all keep in our thoughts because that would obviously be a very, very, very serious situation in that facility. I attended, let's see, I had a Grand Water Sewers service meeting yesterday. I guess the I guess that wasn't yesterday, that was on the 15th. Only thing there was just a quick lake report. Year to date precipitation is at 67% of average. Lake level is 433 acre feet, which is 24% of 2019, 295% of 2018. I filled in on the 13th for a travel council meeting. Moab Dark Skies, quick update. They're rolling out their, continuing to roll out their Friend of the Milky Way program for dark sky businesses in town. They can participate by receiving an assessment, getting some recognition in print media and in social media, and also get a vinyl window cling for their business. So I encourage all the businesses out there to inquire about that program and be recognized as a Friend of the Milky Way. Also, Howard Trenholm is going to be heading up a sort of a group to sort of look at possibilities of applying TRCC taxes to new sources as an additional source of revenue for the county. And on the 15th, also, there's a Gateway and Natural Amenity Region initiative put on by USU. It's something that Zachariah had shared. And they had an interactive session sharing key findings of planning and development challenges in 1,500 Western Gateway communities, sort of opening up some dialogue with some other communities facing the same challenges. That was a really interesting meeting. The next one is on October 29th. If anyone's interested and hasn't gotten the notifications for those, let me know and I'll share. And I think that's all I have today. Oh, you're muted, Mary.
Thank you, Gabriel, and thank you for attending that travel council meeting for me. I was unable to attend because I was involved with some roundtables with John Curtis, Representative John Curtis. We had a roundtable with various scientists and activists on climate change. He is a Republican who says climate change is real and it is caused by humans are exasperating it. So that was nice to hear, and he had a lot. It was good roundtable. Then we had a roundtable with public lands, and many members from the Forest Service, Sand Flats, many public lands people were there. It was a time to discuss. We talked quite a bit about the possibility of doing something similar to what they did in Emery County, in Grand County. And we talked about the process of doing it and how difficult it is, and that we have to really decide we want to do the hard work and take the heat. And then there was on housing. And we did get to thank him a lot for we've gotten a lot of federal funding for housing in Grand County. On the 8th, I said a meeting with the city of Moab and Grand County on flow control of solid waste, which seems trifle, but it's a very important thing. I think we came up with some ways to make sure that waste that is produced in Grand County stays in Grand County. And that count, and how we also discussed as part of that, and I've talked with Orion Rogers about it before, is perhaps looking at extending the areas in this valley that are required to have solid waste pickup, that they are required to have a hauling service. On the went to homeless coordinating meeting. It's exciting. The coordinated entry program is up, has been implemented, and it's being experimented with. This is exciting. It's going to help us serve our homeless population a lot better. Once again, we're discussing what are we going to do when it gets cold? And this is a big issue. And every year we have yet to find a solution. So if you have any ideas of how to do this, we no longer have motels available that we used to be able to do. And it's very expensive to do the motel. And then on the 19th, yesterday, I met with UDOT and the governor's office, and we discussed our concerns around the creation of the Book Cliff Highway. So that's what I have to report. We are to elected officials, I believe. Christina, do you have anything? She must have taken a break. Quinn? Do you have anything to report?
The election is going along well. We've already gotten back literally hundreds of ballots. So we appreciate everyone that's taking their opportunity to vote. That's about all I've got. Things are cruising along.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I just ask Quinn to maybe give some information on early voting, registration, when the voting machines will be ready, that kind of thing, and what to expect if you do come to the courthouse to vote, kind of thing?
Yeah, you bet. Early voting starts on the 28th. If you come into the courthouse and want to vote on the machine, that's fine. If you did receive a mail-in ballot or a ballot by mail, it helps us if you bring that with you and surrender it to us before voting on the machine so that we can spoil that ballot. We don't want, obviously, people to have two ballots. We have a drop box in front of our office right now that people are allowed to, of course, walk in and drop off the ballots at any time. We'll have another drop box out in front of the courthouse on the lawn on the Monday and Tuesday, the 2nd and 3rd of November, right before the election, so that we can avoid having people even come in the courthouse. If you want to do that way, then that's, you're welcome to do that too. Chris, any other questions?
No, thank you. Thank you.
I have a question, Mary, for Quinn.
Yes.
Now I'm going to forget. Oh yeah, when do you start counting ballots? Do you wait till the day of?
We wait till the day of. We're not allowed to count them anytime sooner than that. So.
And then is that after the polls close, or can you start counting on the 3rd?
We will start scanning the ballots, but the final count won't take place until, we won't have a tally until after the polls close that evening.
Right, okay. Thank you. Oh, you might also mention, I did hear rumor, and I did mention this to my constituents, that now ballots are going to Provo. So if you mail your ballot in, it goes to Provo to be sorted and then back to Moab. Is that still the case?
Yeah, so we've gotten actually some conflicting information on that. And I had given a radio interview and talked to the newspaper quite a few times because the post office had confirmed to us early on in the process, in early to October, that the ballots stayed here in Moab. But we have since been told just about a week ago that all the ballots are going to Provo and coming back. And we have gotten several ballots back with a Provo postmark on them. So they are going to Provo, but thank goodness they are coming back as well. So
I guess the implications are if you wait until the last minute to put your ballot in the mail, it may not be counted until a few days after the election. True?
It has to be postmarked by the 2nd, the Monday before election day. So you can put it in the mail on the 2nd, it should get postmarked that night. If you put it in the mail on the 3rd, it's not going to count.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Baird, Administrator's Report. Anything?
Oh yeah, unfortunately, we're dealing with a lot of code enforcement issues right now, which is taking up a lot of time. Might be where Christina is at the moment. But besides that, just been working a lot on the budget. It's getting kind of fast and furious here, trying to get it done by the first week in November. But things are going well. And then if Mallory's on, I'll invite her to give an update also.
Okay. Okay, Mallory, do you have an update?
The only quick things I can think of are that we are wrapping up the proposed fee schedule for 2020, and that should go to public hearing at the second meeting in November. I am also hoping to get Chris a draft of an updated purchasing policy for the county, and looking at a bunch of different county and municipalities, their various policies, thresholds, all of that. So hopefully sooner than later that will go through through him and our office and get to all of you. But I think that's it for today.
Thank you, Mallory. Thank you very much. I believe that is the end of reports. We are to department reports. IT department, Matt, I think I saw you were on the line here. Matt?
Yep, I am here. Guess I can't start my video. I went and found a webcam and everything for this too. Not that you guys want to see my ugly mug, but yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. There I am. Hi guys. I'll try to make this pretty quick. I did put a quick report together for you guys. It is in your packet there. Hopefully you got a moment to read through it. I try to keep it kind of succinct. A lot of the stuff that I deal with, it's real easy to get out in the weeds when you start talking about technical things. But through any of what you might have read or anything that I talk about, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask and I'll do my best to describe them to you. Again, I just have a real quick couple page document here that talks about what the IT department does here. I'm kind of like the Wizard of Oz, you don't look behind the curtain, right? just trust that it keeps working. But there's a lot of pieces to that in order to be able to make that work. And in that report, you can see a number of the different pieces that I am involved with in order to be able to make day-to-day stuff happen here. A couple of notable things since my last report to you last year is that I was selected or offered the opportunity to be on the 911 selection committee for UCA. It's the Utah Communications Authority. And this is for a statewide interconnected next generation 911 system. It has since been awarded. It's in the works. It's really kind of a cool system. Like I said, I could talk all day about it, but it does centralize all of the positions for every PSAP in the entire state of Utah into a diverse type of system that is next generation capable. Basically means that you're able to text to 911, you're able to hot desk, you're able to do a bunch of different stuff. That was a really cool opportunity to be able to participate with. Ultimately, we ended up awarding it to the same setup that we just installed here. If you've been keeping up to, we just installed a brand new system here at the county, which replaces our old system, which was installed in 2012. It was definitely end of life. Excited to be able to go in and turn that off, disconnect the circuits and whatnot for that. That system is up and running 100%. We currently do have the ability now to be able to text to 911. This is a new thing for us. I'm going to work with the Sheriff's Department as well as the Travel Council here in the next little bit to do a bit of a campaign to push that forward. As you know, out here, a lot of areas we have really, really bad cell coverage, but a lot of times it's enough to be able to send out a text, not necessarily get a voice call out. So it's really a cool thing to be able to have down here. As you know, we've all moved over to Google. We activated that the end of the year. It's proven to be a very wise decision, in my opinion, pre-COVID. It's really allowed a number of collaborations and opportunities to happen amongst staff, amongst citizens, being able to meet remotely. And it really is a good value, in my opinion. I did have a IT support tech. His name was Jacob. He's not here anymore. He decided to take another job back home on the other side of the planet. So I am currently recruiting and looking for a replacement for him. We did advertise, didn't get back what we were expecting to get back, so we did put it back out. Hopefully I believe it's gonna close the end of this week, and hopefully get some interviews out of that. Been doing a lot of work with GIS. Frank Dewar, he's our GIS specialist that we hired last year. He's been here just over a year. He's been doing a great job at picking up drawing and making sure that all the GIS stuff for the county as well as the sheriff's office is functioning well. Everything's being corrected and published out quickly. All the web maps and things that you see on the website and whatnot are all hosted there too. And then the last ones there is just remote working. As you know, COVID was fantastic, and we rolled out a whole bunch of Chromebooks right away. I was able to enable people to be able to work remotely, and again, that's big help to G Suite being able to do that. Over the next year, I'm going to be upgrading some core networking components. There's costs associated with that. I'm going to be upgrading phone services and whatnot as well. Looking into further solutions utilizing G Suite and the various plugins that you can put on that. Again, got lots of mapping projects, GIS projects. Microwave replacement, that's the piece that actually ties our PSAP to the radios on the mountains. That enables public safety communications to happen. Updating my strategic plan to include a number of different cybersecurity revisions, working with the public safety communication task force that I put together last year as well too. I'm not going to read over the paragraphs. You guys can read them for yourselves. But the one point that I will bring in there is that in the third paragraph, it does talk a little bit about the generator for the courthouse, one of the generators for the courthouse, as well as a cooling unit that does take care of our radio room out there. They have had failures and have been problematic over the years, and I'm sure that you'll hear some solutions on fixing those, which again costs some money. But you know, the last point that I'll really talk about here is just about security and cybersecurity. I was able to get enrolled into a 12-week cybersecurity leadership program through a professional development academy. That was paid for by a grant from the National Association of Counties. So it's a good value. And in the world that we live in now, where everything is virtual and we're in these type of meetings right now and we're all looking at each other's on screens, we're communicating via email and texts and otherwise, the security landscape has really changed quite a bit, just even in the last 5 years. And it's really turned more into a social engineered attack type of a vector where people are getting emails. Jalen, thank you. I did get your email. Those type of phishing type of attempts where people are sending out links trying to con you into doing one thing or another, asking for actions and otherwise. And it's getting harder and harder to go through and to make sure that those are legitimate. I do have a number of different security protocols in place that stop people from clicking on things inadvertently. It sandboxes stuff first, but at the end of the day, you know, we all go home. We all have our own home computers, our home networks, our own businesses. all of those are impacted as well too. And I would encourage everybody that's listening here on this meeting, please, as you're going about in this virtual world, do so with a bit of cautiousness, and really take a second to note. Sometimes it just takes a quick call to the person and just double check that they actually did send it to you. That's about it without getting too long. Like I said, there are some current goals and things that I'm going to be working towards over the next year. Those are all listed out there. Like I said, I know you guys are running long, and I appreciate you taking a few minutes to listen to me ramble on here today. Does anybody have any questions that I could answer for them?
Questions, anyone?
Just a comment, Mary, Chair.
You bet.
I did read the report, very concise and thorough, thank you. And I even understood a good portion of it. And I just wanted to clarify that I believe in The Wizard of Oz, he was, let's see, a good man, but a bad wizard. And I would say that you are both a good man and a good wizard. So I'm not afraid to look behind the curtain.
Well,
Thank you, Matt.
I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you, Matt, for all your work. It's very much appreciated.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Very much
Thanks,
appreciated.
Matt.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Any questions, though?
Just thank yous, it sounds like.
Perfect. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate all the work you guys are doing and keeping up in this virtual world. It's you guys are doing amazing job. You look a lot better now than the first couple of Zooms that we did. So
Was it that hard? Oh, that was hard.
well, if you look back at them, there's definitely some learning curves. But a lot of that kudos comes back into Chris and Mallory. They're helping hold up the curtain there. So thanks, guys.
Thank you. We are now to the celebration of moving 11 million tons of tailings. I have the cell on my side, and Russell has the pile.
Yeah, so just yesterday at noon, we actually had reached the milestone of 11 million tons. It was a huge accomplishment for the project. We did it during COVID. We were one of the only DOE sites fully functional during the COVID pandemic, and still functional now. And one thing of note is we've done that without a lost day work injury. We've had 1,500 days where nobody's gone home hurt, and that's a huge celebration. So we're going to try this virtually. I'm going to pull the little reflection of 1 million tons, and I'm going to take it over.
I'm going to grab it. Now I'm going to put it up here.
How about that?
How about that? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 tons completed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to go. So that is really exciting, and thank you. And I know, Russell, you had a little bit of a report you wanted to give. So I'll hand it back over to you.
Yeah, so just a couple of things. One is if you do the math, 5 more million tons, and right now we're moving 1 million tons a year. So we're looking at 5 years. I mean, you can actually sense closure now. Before, when I took on the project, closure was 2034. Right now we're kind of using 2029 as a conservative end date, but I think we can do much better. One thing that you may be aware of is RAC's contract ends in September of next year. We are working on a recompete. It will be a closure type strategy contract, which incentivizes the contractor to do even better than 1 million tons a year. So pretty exciting times to come ahead. So we'll look forward to that. We're working that right now as we speak. So some of the things during the COVID pandemic, we've been able to maintain operations. We've done that by practicing physical separation, by wearing face coverings, by doing our meetings, our tailgates, our plan of the days outside. We are bringing people back in as the weather is getting a little bit colder in the morning, but we are practicing physical separation and all. So I think that, and I missed a bit of the part about the COVID that you guys talked about, but certainly we're maintaining our diligence as much as we can. We've had some close calls, but hopefully, knock on wood, we as the town itself can keep on functioning, practicing, the good guidance that comes out of the CDC. As far as the budget goes, we are budgeted up for the president's budget request is at $47 million, which keeps us at the 4-train scenario, which is phenomenal. We do understand that there'll be a continuing resolution this year, but that actually works good for us because that keeps us at the 2019 level. So that's great. So, you know, as far as money goes, it looks like we're seen in a very favorable light within the DOE complex as well as within Congress to maintain the funding level at 4 trains. And that's really all I got. So if anybody has any specific questions, I'll address them. But I think, you know, we're doing a great job here, and we appreciate, Mary, your support and the steering committee and all the folks in Moab. Hopefully you guys see a difference. I mean, I notice a difference. One of the things that we're going to do is kind of cutesy is we're going to put up a time-lapse camera. So every, I don't know what period it will do it, maybe once a week, once a month, but to actually show the decline in the tailings pile. It's hard to visualize. You know, we forget when you see it every day. I see it every day on the project, but there is significant movement on the material. So we're pretty proud about that.
Thank you. Yes, you can see Moab when you come around that corner now where it used to be hidden. So that's exciting. Any questions? Thank you, Russ. Thank you very much. And Russ has really, he's been able to get extra train on the train, just forgot the name, so that we are continuing to find ways to move more tailings. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mary. That's actually a point that I forgot to mention. We've been able to add 2 additional rail cars to our train. So lately, for the last couple of weeks, we've been shipping the longest train that's ever been shipped on this project. And it's all about incremental improvement, all about the little things that we can do. And it may not sound like much. It's 8 containers, but that's 8 containers per train that we weren't doing before. So it's fantastic. So thanks for bringing that up, Mary. I appreciate it.
Yes, I was excited. Thank you. Thank you. We are now moving to our report from the Housing Task Force. Jenna, Caitlin, take over.
Hi, thank you guys. I know you've been in meetings for a really long time today, so thank you for listening to the Housing Task Force. We haven't presented in a while, so we thought it was time. I know a lot of you, but for those I don't know, my name's Jenna. I work over at the Housing Authority, and I am the chair of the task force. We also have Caitlin here. I'm sure all of you guys know Caitlin. So let's go ahead and have Caitlin, if you want to share your screen, we can start our presentation.
Yes. Let's see.
Okay. All right. So this is an overview of who we are, and then some kind of broad recommendations just as far as in the future concerning development and the choices that you guys make as a commission. So who we are. So the Moab Area Housing Task Force, we were created in 2009 while the Moab Area Affordable Housing Plan was created. The group is basically anybody in the community that cares about affordable housing, which is everybody, but anybody that's kind of engaged in that conversation. And these people were kind enough and smart enough to bring this information to update the affordable housing plan. We've got people from Moab City, Grand County, Castle Value, us at the Housing Authority, CR, the Land Trust, even the school district, Seek Haven, the Grand County Homeless Coordinating Committee, developers of both affordable and market rate units, realtors, and just engaged citizens. So that's who we are. If you want to go to the next slide.
So I just wanted to provide you guys a quick housing overview. I know it's been a couple of years since we've provided this updated data, so I know that that's been a big request, especially from the county commission, wanting to know a little bit more about the impacts that the HDHO and Arroyo Crossing might have on our housing market over the next few years. So I just wanted to kind of bring an updated set of data to you from the 2017 approved affordable housing plan. So these 3 numbers, so
The housing plan used a lot of data from 2015, so I brought in those numbers to compare, where we were then to where we are now, and kind of looking over the past 10 years and looking to the next 10. So just as a quick overview from 2015, our wages have gone up a little bit. So average annual wage is just under $35,000 a year. Our median sales price for housing has gone up $100,000. So we're now at $359,000 in 2009. And then for rentals, it's a little bit more challenging to really get a good data set for this. We just historically don't have enough data. So in the housing plan and in this conversation, I'll usually be using HUD's fair market rent for a 3-bedroom unit. But just to kind of show you, you can see on this graph that from 2009 to 2015, there was a substantial jump, but we haven't seen much of a change, and actually saw a $3 decline from 2015 to 2019, I think partially just due to the lack of availability. But looking at, I did a quick market analysis just based on the data that's been available over the last couple months, and taking the average of what is publicly available. Rent for a 3-bedroom house in Moab right now is closer to $1,800 a month, which really kind of changes that conversation. So, HUD numbers are what we have to go on. That's super reliable, but take it with a grain of salt, knowing that actual rental data is showing that rents are much higher right now. So as we're talking about housing affordability, I know that you guys are all familiar with this, but just to give a quick refresher on housing affordability, when we talk about affordable housing, we're not talking about subsidized or low-income housing necessarily. Affordable housing is technically defined as a person paying 30% or less of their monthly income on their monthly housing expenses. So that's including rent, utilities, HOA fees, taxes, all of that. Anything that's housing related kind of falls into that category. So taking those numbers that I just showed for 2019, where we were, taking that rental price, and so just kind of to give context for this, the rental price here is showing the HUD fair market rent, so paying a little over $1,100 a month for a renter, kind of showing that for a single person living in Moab, in order to afford the median sales price or the average, HUD fair market rent, it's not affordable for a single person, whether they're a renter or a homeowner. It becomes a little bit more affordable when we're starting to talk about 2 renters that are making the average wage, but still not affordable for 2 homeowners that are kind of at that average wage mark. So looking at wages, I just wanted to show a quick picture of this. I know that this is a lot of data on the next couple of screens, but mostly just to show how much wages across all sectors have grown since 2009. So that red bar is the wage that someone would have to make in order to afford the median sales price that year, and same with the average rental rate. So that's in order to meet that HUD fair market rent. So 2009, you can see across most of the industries they are affordable for rental opportunities. Not as much. There are a couple of industries that get close to that ownership wage. And then, as you guys are probably more familiar with this slide shows the affordable industries in 2015, because this is the data set that's included in the affordable housing plan. So this shows in 2015 that the average wage for mining and for utilities workers in Grand County, they were earning enough money in order to afford the median sales price in Grand County that year. And then you can see that there are a couple of industries, so public administration and professional and scientific technical services are in that rental wage pool. And then as we jump into 2019, you can see, just kind of going back, that ownership wage jumps a lot. in the last 4 years in order to afford that $100,000 jump that we saw in the median sales price. So now we're seeing that, more industries are kind of in that rental wage pool, but we're getting further and further away from home ownership being affordable. So transitioning, talking about housing needs projections over the next, 10, 20, 30 years. I know that this is a big conversation that the councils or the commission has been asking for. So I used a similar model to what was in the housing plan. So this is based on a lot of assumptions. And so kind of as we get further and further out towards 2050, kind of take that with a grain of salt, but it's assuming that, our population growth rate stays the same, our average household size stays the same, vacancy rates stay the same, but just showing that across all incomes, we'll need about 800 new units brought into our housing market just to meet population growth in the next 10 years. Breaking that down by income level, we see that we need new housing units across all incomes. So we definitely need housing for people that are making above 100% AMI. Grand County's AMI this year, which AMI is area median income, and that's set by HUD for a family of 4. And the AMI for Grand County this year is $62,600. So that's kind of our base point for this. But you can see that we also need a lot of new housing for people that are lower incomes, especially in that less than the 30% AMI, the extremely low, and then from the 50% to 80% AMI as well are kind of the next 2 biggest categories. So as we're talking about needs for housing across all incomes, we obviously talk about deed restrictions. So just to show you kind of how much deed restrictions are growing, especially including Arroyo Crossing and the HDHO, I'm bringing you this data that shows, as our market has grown from 2015 to 2020, we saw a little bit of a bump, and that's mostly from community rebuilds and from the Housing Authority building income restricted units or deed restricted units. And then, projecting into 2030, the Arroyo Crossing and HDHO, and a little bit more padding for Housing Authority and community rebuilds. But I know that several of their projects in the next few years are going to be at Arroyo Crossing. So that's kind of didn't want to double dip on those numbers. But as we're talking about deed restrictions, especially for income qualifications, we've seen this especially with the Housing Authority and community rebuilds, but also with some of our rental properties in town. Some of those income restricted units have initial income qualifications. So you qualify in order to buy a house, you build it, and then you're able to grow your income over time. And then we have some permanently income restricted units. And most of those are rental opportunities in the Moab area. So just wanted to kind of break those out a little bit. And as we're starting to talk about moving forward into 2030, I wanted to show kind of what we're anticipating, especially with the HDHO and Arroyo Crossing, kind of as a percentage of our housing market versus what our true mission with the housing plan is to provide affordable housing opportunities for everyone across all incomes. I wanted to show that there's still a really substantial need in our housing market just because, wages are not growing as fast as housing prices. So just wanted to show that, in terms of income restricted units, if we count the number of units that we need, and I should clarify that these numbers are for the entire housing market, just to show a percentage of how much we have here, but to show for the needed units, this is showing that based on the income levels of the people that we have here and that we're projecting to grow to in 2030, we have about 3,000 households that fall below 80% AMI. So they fall, their wages are considered, they're considered low-income families. And then this kind of red gap in the middle, the non-income restricted units, is kind of showing that gap between people that would typically qualify for subsidized units, but are kind of making less than the projected affordable ownership rate that we're projecting in 2030, which is about 144,000 per year. So kind of bringing that slide back, as we're looking at projections, and again taking projections with a grain of salt, I don't have a crystal ball to predict actually what these are going to look like, but just kind of projecting on historic data. Our wages are projecting to grow to $45,000 a year, but if we're anticipating that our median sales price for houses is going to rise up to close to $600,000, we're going to need to have a more concerted effort to preserve housing for locals here across all incomes. And so, I think the HDHO kind of gets at that, but I think that there's a lot more work that we need to do to continue to preserve housing for people that live and work in Grand County. So that's kind of a quick overview of some updated data. And then this is just kind of a quick map to show that, we have affordable housing options throughout our entire valley, both in the city and county, and they're across, all different types of deed restrictions. And I think that as we're moving forward towards greater housing affordability, we'll continue to need this suite of deed restriction options. So I'll pass it back to Jenna.
Thanks, Caitlin, and thank you for compiling all that data. You are a rock star. Basically, so our accomplishments as the task force, what we do best is outreach and garnering public support. We speak at public meetings and write letters of support from the task force as a body. The city and county have done so much for affordable housing in the past few years with the HDHO, the PAD, the Wahoo Assured Housing, supporting MAPS and other affordable housing projects. And one of the things we do is kind of work with these bodies, the city and the county, to make sure the public knows what's going on. They're educated about all these different affordable housing acronyms and what's going on in the community, and helping them to support these efforts too. We bring workshops. So our plan was the beginning of the year to bring one workshop per quarter. We did bring some people from the Veil Indeed program in early March, I believe. But then obviously after that, we have been dealing with COVID, and we have not been able to do our in-person presentations. We did do a homeownership financial education webinar, which is available on our YouTube channel, but we are also planning on creating more of those to help people not just learn about things going on in the city and the county, but just helping people down the road to homeownership, to and kind of helping their finances, building credit, things like that. Also, we are updating the Moab Area Affordable Housing Plan right now. In the task force, that's one of our main goals. So Caitlin, if you want to move to the next slide, we can go over some of our priorities. These were set at our February meeting. Like I just said, updating the affordable housing plan is at the top of our list. Right now, we're dispersing a workforce housing survey to businesses in Moab. Obviously, we're kind of asking for information from 2019 because the workforce this year has been all over the place because of COVID. A lot of these priorities are things that are being done behind the scenes, like establishing agreements and funding mechanisms for deed restriction administration. That's kind of something that HASU is working with the county to develop the deed restrictions, set that in stone, and then create an admin plan so that HASU could potentially enforce those deed restrictions and qualify people in the HDHO zone to live in those units. The task force, though, plays a really important role of bringing all these bodies together so we can talk about affordable housing every month, network, figuring out who's doing what and how we can help each other. Developer Arroyo Crossing, that's going really well. And then increased public education through workshops, advertisements, and outreach. That's kind of what I was just talking about. Once we have this deed restriction in place for the HDHO zone, we plan on putting together outreach events for developers, real estate agents, just getting everybody on board with what it's going to take to qualify and who can live in these HDHO units. So we're going to do a public outreach campaign once that deed restriction is fully finalized and approved. And then you can see some of our mid-level and low-level priorities: developing a mixed use ordinance, developing the Indeed Moab program. On our next slide, I'm going to talk more about a deed restriction library. So hopefully we can build up independent homeowners who want to deed restrict their property, which would be awesome. Like I just said, providing educational resources, and then kind of lower priorities, expanding membership. Anybody can join. We've got a Facebook page if you want to like that. Our meetings are the first Thursday of every month at 11. We'll put the Zoom links on our Facebook page. And then offer recommendations, which brings us to our next slide. Most of these, the kind of theme throughout is making the development process easier for people that want to develop affordable housing. That includes creating more transparency and clearer communication regarding the whole process in general, what it takes, what steps developers need to go through. Approving the townhome density bonus, giving developers more flexibility over lot dimensions, which could mean decreasing project boundary buffers in urban areas and increasing project boundary buffers in rural areas, or scaling with size. Kind of finding that balance of what community members and neighbors want and how we can make more dense developments of affordable housing. Giving developers a cluster development by right instead of having developers having to create a PUD. I know parking is a hot button issue right now, but maybe kind of going through parking requirements on a development by development, case by case basis, to figure out what parking requirements would be best for each development. Just a quick example, for the MAPS project, the MAPS Senior Living that HASU developed this year, well, over the past few years, there was originally a parking requirement of 1.5 parking spaces per unit, but then after kind of consideration of the clientele who'd be living there, older people generally have less vehicles than a lot of families. That was reduced to 0.75 parking spaces per unit, just things like that. And then creating libraries of free ADU plans and deed restriction templates. So it makes it easier if people want to deed restrict their property to keep it affordable over the long term, or put an ADU on their property to create more affordable housing for people in need. They don't have to go necessarily pay a bunch of money to an architect or a lawyer. They can have these approved ADU plans and deed restriction templates on file. And then finally, increase incentivizing its sustainable development. That is huge right now, with the concerns over water that's going to be available to all these developments, and conserving energy in the future, xeriscaping to reduce water. I know Arroyo Crossing right now, everything is going to be connected to gray water, which is awesome. There's going to be HASU and CR are going to be using solar panels and using passive solar to conserve energy. And then the Arroyo Crossing design guidelines kind of incentivizes this as well. So just keeping that in mind as we go forward. And these are just kind of recommendations for everyone to keep in mind as we move forward with more affordable developments. And then finally, this is kind of mostly blank because we want your input, not necessarily here. I know you've been meeting all day. So what we can do for you. educate the public, provide outreach events. That's one of our top priorities. So if you ever want us to be involved with something that you want to engage the public with, you can email me or Caitlin. We can put it on our agenda and make that happen. So that is our presentation. Thank you so much for having us. And if you have any questions, we're here. So ask us.
That was a lovely presentation, and I know it took a lot of work. So does anyone have any questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Evan?
No, great presentation as always. It's interesting to see data changes over the last few years. I really like the slide about possible code updates and supporting local housing, because that's, you know, obviously what this board could address the most. And so not to get into the weeds tonight, but even with the first bullet point, create more transparency and clear communication regarding the development process. For us in our codes, I would be curious on feedback of, you know, what kind of feedback you're hearing from the community in regards to that, and ways that we can improve that permitting and approval process from the county, so that these projects are coming to fruition easier and cheaper in a more timely manner, both for the nonprofit sector and for private developers. I don't want to scare folks away by having more hoops here. So I would point you at that first bullet point and say, let's work on that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that came about through talking with Mila about some of the experiences she's had with developers and that whole process of getting permits, getting, you know, the subdivision, dividing, all of that kind of application process that developers have to go through. I think that it's just a very general comment. And we are not exactly sure how we can influence that, or what kind of factors we need to implement to make that happen. But I think it's just kind of something to think about. And move forward with that in mind. To be honest, yeah, we didn't have anything very specific on that bullet point.
Great.
So.
Well, let's find
but it's a good point.
I don't do good with general. So if you give me something specific and you're like, if X, Y, and Z could be addressed, then it would improve A, B, and C. That'd be great.
Yeah.
I think we're all great at like highlighting problems, and it's the solutions we need help with. So
yeah, wouldn't it be great if it was opposite?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. If we think of something specific, we will definitely keep the board or the commission updated.
Great.
And so hopefully by restructuring the recent restructuring with planning and zoning, teased out from economic development, hopefully we've already made a step in that direction to streamline that a little bit. And I know Christina is interested as in, she stated in meetings and cleaning things up and making sure that all the processes are clear and transparent. So hopefully we're already moving in that direction.
Awesome.
Thank you. Any further questions? Once again, I appreciate all your hard work, and it's nice to see that we are making a little progress in the right direction. So thank you.
I think we definitely are. And like I said, the city and the county have done so much for affordable housing in these past few years. So we thank you. And the task force, we thank you for letting us present today. So it was great talking to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. We are to action items. I believe. I hope I didn't miss anything. I better go back to the agenda. Sometimes they switch around. But I believe we are to action items. Yes, we are. We are to approving the 2021 insurance rate increase. Renee Baker.
All right. Well, you get me for a couple action items. I think I've got 5 on the agenda today. So we'll start with the most complicated one up first. As we saw from GBS last meeting, they presented our 3 renewal options for 2021 and the percentages of increase that go along with that. So I've kind of given a choose your own adventure motion of A, B, and C. And I can go into it a little bit more. You can see Chris made a recommendation as the budget officer for no increase into the employee deductibles or out-of-pocket maximums. So that would tie to option A, the 9.25% increase. And I also made the same recommendation. I think going into 2021 and not changing the benefit for our employees is kind of the best move for this year. But I will leave that up to whoever decides to make a motion. And I can answer any questions as well.
Mary, I would like to make a motion.
That would be great.
I move to approve the Grand County medical insurance renewal with Cigna at the increase of 9.25% with no change to employee deductibles or out-of-pocket maximums, with a fiscal impact of $257,012.
Thank you, Jaylyn. Motion by Jaylyn, seconded by Gabriel Wojtek. Discussion.
Yeah, Mary?
Yes, Greg?
Yeah, Chris, I mean, Renee, looking at the proposed taxes coming into the county, do you really feel that we can afford that? Either one, Chris or Renee.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we don't get shut down again. And so, I mean, we haven't really been budgeting as if we were going to get shut down due to COVID. And so, based on the way that things are heading, yes, we can afford it.
Okay.
I mean, I presented last time, but we saw about a 9.5% increase over 2019 in July, which was pretty surprising. And obviously town has been incredibly busy. And so I expect, I think within the next couple of days, we'll get our remits for the next month and we'll take a look and see, but I'm expecting that we'll see high numbers again. And the thing that was really kind of dragging down the percentages was the TRT at that time, which was only 2.5% growth. But the other taxes were, 16 to 18% growth, which is double average. And so it's been very busy and we've been collecting quite a lot in sales tax. So if that trend continues, or even if it goes back to average growth, then yeah, we're going to be fine. But
okay.
If we, like I say, if we get shut down or something unusual happens, then it kind of changes the scenario. But planning for that is almost like jinxing ourselves to a degree. And so I'm hoping that, we won't go back to being closed again.
Okay.
I mean, the other issue also is that is the benchmarking showed if we were to increase our premiums or out of pocket, it would put us out of step or, with the other public entities in our region, which could have implications on retention and recruitment as well. And so, turnover and retention and recruitment problems cost the county money and the taxpayers money as well, because we're not spending our money as efficiently. And, training new staff is expensive and time consuming. So it's, there's value also in retention and being able to recruit good employees.
Yeah, as I would second that. I think that when we're looking at the difference here of a difference of, less than $60,000 between the two options, that if we were to lose like a single employee over insurance, that it's going to cost us at least that much to train and replace almost anybody in the county. And so I think we put a lot of work recently into correcting a a lot of the wages and benefits over the last few years that I'd hate to see all that effort kind of get thrown out with the bathwater. So I'm okay with the motion as motioned.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I also think that, it was great to go through that benchmarking exercise because I was curious how our benefits package compared. And so it was great to go through that and to actually see, data with regard to that. So it was useful to go through the exercise.
And I think it was useful to present the three options like we asked for this year. In the past, we've only had, one increase option. So that's why you haven't seen a presentation from GBS before.
No, this was great. I definitely appreciate that because I know this whole insurance world is really complicated and it's hard to compare apples to oranges and stuff. And this is actually probably the best summary I've seen in the last 4 years. So
it is.
Kudos.
Thanks for giving us an opportunity to show that we care about the county employees and that we care about also being able to hire in new competitive ones.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you. We are now to contribution rates. Renee Baker.
I would
Sure.
like to make a motion.
Oh,
Okay, take it away, Jalen.
Thank you. I move to approve the increase rate of 9.25% to the traditional plan employee contribution monthly rates, making the monthly rate for single $117.64, two-party $150.27, and family $290.35.
Thank you, Jaylyn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Greg. Discussion?
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in and cut you off, but in reading the agenda summaries, it was really apparent that that's what needed to happen.
Yeah.
Nope, that's okay.
That's why agenda summaries are so great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add unless somebody has a question.
I do have something to add. We had discussed potentially amending also the contribution to HSA that the county provides. But we didn't put that on because I think that if you remember the statistics from last time, the increased renewal rate is all coming from the traditional side. The HSA side is actually running 76% loss ratio. So if we only had HSA and it was just them, we would actually be getting a big rebate. And so I think it's fair to continue on with the HSA incentives that we have. And so, that I just wanted to kind of point that out.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone
And
else?
I will note the employees see this monthly cost is broken up into the 2 pay periods. So they're not seeing a full, if they're on the family, the full $300-ish coming out of their check at once. It's broken up over 2.
Any further questions? Okay, call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes
So Mary,
unanimously.
Mary, thank you. Do you want to do the second citizens to be heard?
Oh, thank you. Boy, thank you very much. Let me go up. We must have somebody in the, we are at the second citizens to be heard. It is 6:12. If you would like to speak, go to call 669-900-6833, meeting ID 867-1625-2356. If you are on the phone and want to do citizens to be heard, you can unmute by pressing *6. Are there any citizens to be heard?
Yes, can you hear me, Mary?
Yes.
This is Reed Pendleton. I thought I'd just make a few comments about things I've been hearing today, as well as kind of our tourism. I'll try to be brief. We've been very busy, as most of you can see. I've heard several comments today about future finances and lack of funding and needs for more staff from both the workshop and the commission meeting so far. I'm sure most of our budgets are still hurting. My question is, does it concern the commission that the county is losing tens of thousands of dollars every year in tax base by not having enough campsites in the county? Our current campgrounds and RV parks fill months in advance with reservations, and we end up sending people to Monticello in San Juan County, as well as Green River in Emery County. In fact, the last few weeks we've been so busy that we've been referring people to Helper up in Carbon County and Grand Junction in order to get people accommodations for the night. The county is losing money every day during the spring and fall. The pie chart that Chris Baird sent me shows that sales tax and TRT tax makes up almost a third of our county income. One new 60-site RV park built here in Grand County can collect over $70,000 in sales tax and TRT tax every year. A couple comments in relating to tourism, and we've been so busy the last 6 weeks. Most of the business owners here in town and locals I talked to, they've never seen it this busy, and I do agree with that. Some of my campers, it has taken them over 2 hours to get from Arches to the south end of town. Obviously, they complain about that, and I don't think anybody appreciates that kind of a wait, and hopefully the new road will ease a little bit of that. But I do expect that this type of tourism may become the normal. My experience is that there's a huge amount of people working remotely right now due to COVID. And they are coming to Moab to work and play. I have people on a daily basis doing Zoom calls from their picnic tables before they head out for the day. I have a couple that are living on the BLM lands in their trailer right now, working remotely with a hotspot, and they come in for hot showers at our campground every few days. I talk to people every day who are traveling because of COVID. And of course, if you look at the RV manufacturers, you'll see most of them posting record sales for 2020. The idea that if we don't build campgrounds and RV parks that they won't come doesn't work for that industry. They sleep in parking lots on the sides of the roads, or in the case the other day, I had 2 of them park in front of my house because they couldn't find some place to stay. It makes no sense to continue ignoring the camping problem that we have. We make no money from people commuting to Moab from other counties, and yet they still contribute to our crowding and infrastructure strain. An environmentally friendly campground north of town would help reduce traffic and noise in town while collecting the tax revenues that we're currently losing from our county budgets. Thank you.
It's a well thought out statement. Thank you, Reed. Thank you. Some good things to think about. Do we have anybody else on citizens to be heard?
Mary, can you hear me? This is Tony Mancuso.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Mary. I'm speaking as a citizen right now, and I just wanted to state for the meeting record that dispersed camping on public land on both BLM and state land is limited to 14 days. Just wanted to make sure that was put down. Speaking as a citizen. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. I'm assuming people are abusing that. Any other citizens to be heard? Thank you. And Chris, thank you for the reminder. We are now to P and Z title. Once again, Renee, you're up.
Sure. So this is just a retitle of the position of Planning and Zoning Administrator to Associate Planner. Generally, I don't bring these smaller minor changes to a job description to the commission, but I felt like this one was important because I didn't want it to look like we had created a new type of position. We're changing the details in that department. So as the job description reads, the duties stay the same. We've added in the serves as zoning administrator. as defined in land use code in both the director and the associate planner job description, just to take care of anything that happens in the land use code. We just felt like the retitle gives the job a little more ownership of the role and a better public perception.
Thank you. Questions?
Maybe I can make a motion here.
Thank you.
I move to approve the retitle of the planning and zoning administrator to associate planner, and approve adding serve as the zoning administrator to the P&Z director and the associate planner job descriptions.
Thank you, Greg. Motion by Greg. Do we have a second? Thank you. Thank you, Jaylyn. We have a motion by Greg Halliday and seconded by Jaylyn Hawks. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Looks like it passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, vacation rollover. Renee.
All right, second to last one here. For me, this has come about due to COVID and the unique nature of 2020. We do have some department strain on the departments that had furloughed employees, leaving the employees who were not furloughed working through planned vacations and planned time off, and also making it hard for them to take that vacation. So this proposal is adding 80 hours of the rollover into 2021 so they can take that vacation time into 2021 without having to lose it, and then returning it back to the 160-hour rollover into 2022.
Madam
The
Chair.
motion.
Yes.
I move to approve the increased vacation rollover of 240 hours for non-furloughed employees to be used in 2021.
Thank you, Greg. Do I have a second? Second. Evan seconded it. So motion by Greg Halliday, second by Evan Clapper. Discussion.
Quick point of clarification for non-furloughed, is that currently furloughed or anyone who was furloughed in 2020?
For anyone who was non-furloughed in 2020 can take the rollover. So if they were furloughed in 2020, they won't get the rollover benefit. But during that time, during the time that somebody was furloughed, they weren't accruing vacation time. So majority of them should not be close to this 240.
Are you concerned about a wave of employees trying to cash out on their vacation before the end of the year when we're trying to play catch up?
That's how we would be looking at it if we kept it at the 160 hours, is that employees would be trying to get under that 160 hours towards the end of the year.
I guess I was
staffing levels.
Sorry, I was kind of.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Evan.
I was thinking about the furloughed employees that wouldn't be included in this motion. Is there going to be a mass exodus before the end of the year?
I don't think so. I looked at vacation balances today, and the ones who are currently over 160 balance are the ones who were non-furloughed employees.
Okay.
So I think they're the ones trying to get a vacation in there before the end of the year.
Sure. I was just curious if we even needed that qualifier of non-furloughed, or if it's. But I will defer to your judgment.
I do think it's important just for those employees. This is really a benefit for those employees who have stayed on and worked the entire year.
Yeah, I would hate to see them lose vacation. I think that they should be cashing in on all the vacation. And if it's easier for them to do that, if this rolls over, I'm in full support of everyone going to play. So no further comments.
Do you know how many this involves, Renee, approximately?
I looked at it today, but I didn't write down the number. The departments that are kind of be the most impacted by this rollover would be the sheriff's department and the jail, where they are still extremely short-staffed, and then also in the library, where their full-time staff was the one working throughout most of the COVID. So, and the Grand Center. They've all been working hard at delivering meals and making those meals, so they haven't had a chance to take some real time off there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mary, was there a vote on this one?
No, we're just getting ready to.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
We're still discussing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, we are to presentation and approval of a letter of support from Manti-La-Sal National Forest Land and Water Conservation Fund
I think
proposal.
Mary, I think we
Mary, you
skipped one
missed
there.
one.
Oh,
Item I.
Item I.
Item I. I'm sorry. Approving and reclassification of the commission administrator assistant's pay grade from grade 3 to a grade 5. Renee.
Sure. So we, during Tara's furlough, noticed that her grade was at a grade 3, which is lower than any of the other administrative assistant positions within the county. You can see that from the 2019 pay plan, which Chris created when he was budget officer before clerk auditor, and I would like to revive for going into 2021. I do think it's a helpful document. But I pulled that data from the 2019 pay plan. So this would just get Tara's, or the commission assistant, commission office assistant grade up to that level.
Thank you.
Mayor, I can make a motion here.
Yes, please do.
I move to approve the proposed reclassification of grade for the commission office assistant from the grade 3 to a grade 5, and the amended job description effective August 3rd, 2020.
Motion by Greg Halliday. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Seconded by Jalen Hawks. Any further discussion?
Was there a county-wide review of other administrative assistants?
There wasn't. If you'll notice on that one, there is the OSA admin assistant at the grade 4, and that position was reclassified into the business coordinator, which is at a higher grade now. I want to say it's a 7, maybe an 8 there. And then the other one, I just haven't had a chance to talk with Bill Jackson about, but that is the road department admin assistant, who's also at the grade 4. And other than that, I think all of the other admin assistants are at the 5.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's helpful for me when it's kind of like when we look at big chunks rather than just position by position, when especially when it's just like a single individual holding them.
Sure.
But I think that there is a lot of work in this office, and I would like to see the assistants and taking on more of that load that the administrator has traditionally carried individually. So I'm all for this, and passing some of that load to others.
Thank you.
Not that she's taking on new duties, but avoiding burnout by all the duties that she's dealing with daily, or they are dealing with.
Thank you. Any further questions? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Or raise your hand. Okay, motion
Okay,
passes.
that's it for me. Thanks. Thanks, you all.
Bye.
Now we are to Manti-La-Sal Land and Water Conservation Project proposal. Francisco Castilla.
No, that so Francisco went on leave, so I am going to present for him. So
And who are you?
I
there
am.
you are. Oh, yeah, I met you on, yes, Michael.
Yes. So I am the district ranger for the Moab and Monticello Ranger District. I have filled in behind Mike Diem, who many of you may have known after he retired. So I just wanted to give my acknowledgments to the chair and to the members of the commission for just providing me this opportunity to speak. So thank you very much for that. Just a brief introduction of who I am as the district ranger. I've come here from the Black Hills of South Dakota and Wyoming. I moved to Moab in May with my wife, and we've purchased a home over by the Rotary Park on Kiva Drive over here, and we are just absolutely loving this community. So I've served in the Forest Service, most recently just got here as the district ranger of the Northern Hills Ranger District in Spearfish, South Dakota, and the deputy district ranger in Coyote, New Mexico. And I don't expect many of you have ever been to Coyote. So I'm here today to request a letter of support for a proposal and an opportunity for the Manti La Salle National Forest to bring additional lands into the National Forest System management. At present, we're preparing a proposal to add 1,720 acres in 4 parcels of land owned by the State Institutional Trust Lands Administration. The proposal we are readying for submittal is to utilize Land and Water Conservation Fund, which provides authority for the acquisition of land, waters, or interests in lands or waters, and directs the National Forest System to use this funding to acquire inholdings, and in these cases, parcels directly adjacent to the beautiful La Salle Mountains and the National Forest System lands there. We're seeking your support for these proposals. Just as a reminder, and I have to be educated on these things too, being new to Utah, SITLA is a state agency that administers trust lands prudently and profitably for Utah's school children and other trust beneficiaries. In the case of these particular parcels proposed for acquisitions, the state agency has expressed its interest in transferring the parcels to the National Forest System as in the best interest of the agency and its mission. So let me share with you a map to give you a sense of where these parcels are located. And hopefully I can do this. I'm much more familiar with Teams and not Zoom. So just bear with me 1 second. And here we go. So this is the map of the Manti La Salle National Forest, the Moab Ranger District up in the La Salle Mountains here. And it's a very wide angle look at our proposals. I would point out the parcels that I'm talking about in Grand County is the red parcel on the very north end of the Manti La Salle National Forest, the purple parcel in holding there, the blue parcel in the middle, as well as that orange parcel. I would also point out that there is a SITLA section in San Juan County on the southern end of that. And we have asked San Juan County for a letter of support, and they have already provided that for those SITLA lands, potential acquisition of that. I just wanted to clarify a few things. This land water conservation funding is not just for federal to state transfers and purchases. It also involves private lands and potentially purchasing private land in holdings and protecting them from development and putting them into public use. We have considered some in Grand County, particularly some of you may have known we have approached the owner of properties in Miners Basin. Originally, we thought that there could be a proposal out of that, but at this point in time, the owner of those parcels has chosen not to pursue land and water conservation funded purchase. So I thought I would let you all know about that. We are also submitting 2 additional proposals for private land purchases. We're using Land and Water Conservation Fund, but both of those are located in San Juan County on this map, and they're not projected here. So the proposals we submit are going to be judged based upon 10 rating criteria. which you'll likely recognize as being in line with our agency's mission and goals to create recreation access and opportunities, watershed protection, critical habitat protection, connecting communities, and creating management efficiencies, just to name a few. So the Manto La Salle National Forest requests your support for the acquisition of these 4 parcels within Grand County. And I thank you for your time, and I will answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions?
Can you show us that Deep Creek section on the Google Maps?
Ooh,
The
boy.
3D ones?
Yeah, I'm not so sure that I can do that right now, but
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry about
Sorry,
that.
we've got the packet. We've got it in front of us. Is
Yeah.
it the last Google Map slide there?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Is there any plan to change any kind of recreation management from how it's currently, how Sitla, I know there's some existing trails in the area.
Yeah, there are no plans to do that at present. These are just proposals to acquire these lands. We go into a competitive process on a regional level to obtain these fundings, and that there are opportunities as we go along in the acquisition problems to our process to look at issues related to land, such as from an environmental engineering standpoint, or to do further planning and outlook of how we would actually utilize these lands. And so there will be opportunity in the future for further comment on these.
Great. I think the efforts to protect the groundwater quality is great, and I fully support it. And I also like the idea of not the quilt work, crazy mosaic of different land ownership up there.
Yes. Any further questions? I'd entertain a motion.
I would move to approve the letter of support for the Manto La Salle National Forest Land and Water Conservation Fund proposals.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second?
Gabriel, I'll second. Oh, Grace got it.
Okay, my screen just went real small. Greg seconded it. Okay, I got to get my screen to go back up. Oh, there it goes. Boy, it just went down to like a size of a quarter. Okay, any further discussions? We have a motion by Evan Clapper, seconded by Greg Halliday. Okay, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much. It's nice seeing you again. Okay, we are. Oh, I just. Okay, airport heater. Andy.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commission members, staff, and guests. Let's see. The heating, okay, terminal heater install. As you may be aware, there are some improvements we'd like to make to our HVAC system by installing some heater units. Unfortunately, these were not installed during the terminal project a couple years ago. So in lieu of winter coming, we did receive one bid with 2 quotes. One's for electrical and one is for the HVAC. You can see the total there. Based on 2019 estimates, the 2020 budget did approve up to $15,000. Unfortunately, the quote came in a little bit higher than that. So what I'd like to do is use the full $15,000 budgeted and then use another $2,000 of maintenance, terminal maintenance costs that we do have within our budget to meet that gap. So I'd just like to request to approve the bid and move forward with the project. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
Mary,
Do I
I
have a
can make a
motion?
motion here.
Yes, Greg.
Yeah, I move to approve $17,008.07 for the installation of terminal heaters in the HVAC system and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Motion by Greg Halliday. Do we have a second? Thank you, Jaylen. Seconded by Jaylen. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, if I may, I did forget to add one thing. The contractors will need a professional services agreement. I will work with the county attorney on getting those prepared. So I just wanted to let you know those documents will come once we have them ready to go.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you.
Does the motion need to state the company the contract's being awarded to?
It technically should. We have Lyle Northern Electric and then Moab Heat and Cool. Down in the background, it does show the electrical and HVAC broken out for which company. You could do it that way.
Who is winning the bid?
Sure. Well, so it's all one bid, just two different pieces. On the agenda summary, the electrical is for $10,290 with Lyle Northern Electric Inc. And then the HVAC component is $6,718.07 to Moab Heat and Cool LLC.
Chris or Quinn, do you think that that's enough in the record, or do we need a substitute motion?
I'd prefer if the motion included the companies that are being awarded. That's kind of the most important part.
Yeah, okay. And Andy, this was the only bid received?
That is correct. Only one bid was received, and I apologize for not putting it in the initial approval. But yeah.
Madam Chair, I would make a substitute motion to award the contract to Lyle Northern Electric Incorporated and Moab Heat and Cool Incorporated for a capital purchase of totaling $17,008.07 for the installation of terminal heaters in the HVAC system for the electrical and the HVAC itself.
Substitute motion.
I don't know if that was much better, but I was trying.
Substitute
Chris,
motion.
is that clean enough?
I believe it's an amendment to the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's just do it as a substitute, so I don't have to do two approval.
Okay.
I think that's good enough. And so, yeah.
Great.
Okay, motion by substitute motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second? Second by Greg. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion
Thank you.
passes unanimously. Okay, we are to airport hangar number 4.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, and staff and guests, Andy Solzvig, Airport Director. Hangar number 4, which is currently owned by Pinnacle Helicopters, is looking to transfer ownership for the reassignment of their hangar. Excuse me, and I apologize, I didn't have it in here as well. But they're wanting to transfer the ownership to Aspen Helicopters Operation, and then also sublease from them. So basically what they are doing is selling the hangar to another owner, which is Aspen Helicopter Operations, but they will still operate their business as usual as a subtenant.
And Andy, do they have any terminal space for a desk or anything, or is that all handled out of their hangar?
They do not. One of the reasons for building the hangar was so that they could also have an office space. So now their guests can go into the office space and then through the hangar to the aircraft. Works out pretty well for them.
Do you have any concerns around this transfer?
I do not. In fact, we did receive a letter from Ben Black with Pinnacle, just making 2 requests. One is a transfer of ownership, the second request being a sublease. And then we did receive a letter of intent from Aspen Helicopter Ops. I've had discussions with Pinnacle, And this looks like a good sale.
And you had some face-to-face or person-to-person contact regarding this?
I've not personally met with Michael. I've transferred some emails with them. The airport board also reviewed it and did approve, and it's possible Daisha might be on the phone if there's any questions, but I'm not sure if she's actually on the meeting. I know she was paying attention though.
Well, I would like to weigh in that I haven't reviewed this. I'd like to review this. These leases are very long-term. So typically when you do an assignment like this, you want to look at proof of credibility. I have heard some rumors about who this person is. And if the rumors prove true, there's no concern there, but we're talking about a very long lease on county property. So I would recommend y'all motion to table. This is the first, I mean, Andy and I had talked about this, but I didn't get a legal review request. So I didn't even know this was on the agenda until today. So I don't think it's ready.
Would a motion pending legal review be adequate for you, or is it too?
I'm asking by policy not to do that, because there's always an exception. Everything's always a hurry. And then there's a huge burden on me to try to track all that stuff after the fact. And then it also encourages your department heads to get me stuff super late. I mean, a day, 2 days. I'm not accusing Andy of this, but it constantly happens in every single department that people send me stuff on the packet deadline. And I have created policy that I need a 4-week legal review. And I'm continuing, even though everyone's ignoring me, I'm continuing to say I have a 4-week legal review period.
So can we put a table until date on it?
It should work to go to the next meeting.
Oh, that's less than 4 weeks.
I know.
The corner.
I know. Andy we have talked about it in the past. I just hadn't seen any of the documents. So I didn't know.
I didn't realize, my apologies. I didn't realize this needed legal review because there's an existing contract. It's just transferring the existing contract to a new owner. There's 27 years left on the remaining contract. So
yeah,
that's why it's so important.
Yeah, 27 years and it's not a local company. It's no one that I'm familiar with. And so and that's kind of where I was going with my questions of, your take on it. But I definitely would appreciate the attorney's take on the legal mumbo jumbo involved. So with that in mind, Madam Chair, I would move to table or postpone?
Postpone.
Postpone item L until our next regular meeting.
A motion by Evan Clapper to postpone until our first meeting in November, a second by Jaylynn Hawks. Any discussion?
Yeah, that made sense to me when I saw this item. I don't really have an issue with it, but I did think, even if you have everybody's consent and the attorney's consent, it seems like it would need another contract signed by the new owners. So anyway, I was going to mention that, so I'm glad Christina weighed in.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Andy. We'll see you next meeting. Okay. Arches approving resolution amending the qualifications for the Administrative Control Board of Arches Special Service District. Chris Baird.
So in our next agenda item, we're going to consider approving a board member who is not a registered voter of the district. And the bylaws as passed on the most recent resolution for the Arches Special Services District indicates that they have to be a registered voter. We looked into state law, and it does allow under certain circumstances that a board member wouldn't need to qualify as a registered voter if 90% of the properties in the district were owned by individuals from outside of the district. or non-registered voters within the district. And so that qualification holds. And so I just amended the bylaws to read that they need to be compliant with the relevant section of code, and removed the indication that they had to be a registered voter, and then added some whereas statements to back that up. And so that's just house cleaning activity here.
Thank you. Questions?
If you're calling for questions, Chris, do you have an idea of how many folks live within the district boundaries? Chris, are you there?
Yeah, sorry. There's some beeping going on here. All of the ownership of the property in the district is corporations. And so there's no individual property owner. I'm not sure how many people are registered to vote in the district. I didn't look that up, but I did just look up the property ownership, and they're all corporate.
Yeah.
You know, there's some personhood to corporate, but I don't think that, you know, you could put a corporation on the board, but the individual that's up next, one of them or both of them, are representatives of corporations who own property.
Yeah.
Of course, the third would be Evan or whoever is going to be assigned to that.
A lot of pressure.
So you got to keep them in line, Evan. So
a lot of pressure.
So yeah. Anyway, I'm not sure. I don't think there's many. Maybe.
Yeah, that's where I was going with the question. Is I don't think there's you know, under how the bylaws were written before, it was a challenge to get anybody else who qualified. So
yeah, and whoever they are, they didn't apply, except for maybe Preston. I don't know if he lives there or not, but you know, you can't force them to be on the board.
Right.
Wow.
So with that, I would move to approve the resolution amending the qualifications of the Administrative Control Board of Arches Special Service District.
Motion by Evan Clafford, seconded by Greg Halliday. Do we have any more discussion? Seeing none, I call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we're to the board members. Evan Clapper.
I'll be honest. So we got a letter here regarding Nathan Taylor. Preston Paxman has been serving on the board, obviously, or maybe not obviously, but for quite some time. I believe since it was founded, and so I think it's very appropriate for him to be reappointed there. I honestly am unsure if I've ever met Nathan Taylor. As Chris was kind of alluding to, he doesn't live within Grand County, but he does have some business interests within the district. And actually, the board didn't meet to forward this recommendation. So I kind of caught it when the packets went out. But being that I'm not a majority of the board, so there's basically 3 of us, I believe. The board hasn't been meeting regularly, you know, but with that, hopefully this would address some of that and actually prop the board up into a better position for holding regular meetings and posting minutes and posting agendas. And I would like to see that happen. And so with that, I would move to approve the reappointment of Preston Paxman and the appointment of Nathan Taylor to serve on the Arches Special Service District Board with terms expiring December 31st of 2022.
Motion by Evan Clapper, seconded by whom?
Me.
Greg Halliday. Thank you. Thank you. Any further discussion?
Chair, it looks like Mr. Taylor is in on the call. I wouldn't mind here. It seemed like if you wanted to make a statement, I'd be happy to hear that.
That'd be good. Okay, Nathan.
Hello, appreciate the opportunity to serve on the board. My name is Nathan Taylor. I'm the asset manager for the Fairfield Inn and Suites and the Spring Hill Suites there on that town. I think we represent probably 98% of the users of the district in terms of the water and the sewer consumption over there. And I think as such, we have pretty strong interest in what's going on in the successful operations of the district and look forward to actually having that district function with representation, I would say, of really the people that are using it.
Okay.
Nate, we have met. I apologize.
We have.
I hope that you can bring that same level of professionalism to this board and have it be a shining model of what special service districts can look like in Grant County.
We hope so.
Thank you. Okay. We had a motion by Evan, seconded by Greg. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. We are now to hearing officer, Quinn Hall. Board of Equalization.
Yeah, so this is approving the Board of Equalization adjustments that took place this year. This is something that comes up every year, is my understanding. Obviously, this is my first year doing this. You've seen in the packet the numbers I provided. This takes the total taxable value down a little bit. Generally speaking, this is kind of baked into the certified tax rate. The math kind of happens behind the scene, but they certify the tax rate at a slightly higher rate based on prior years' Board of Equalization reductions. So, any questions?
Questions?
No, but I can make a motion if you'd like.
That'd be great.
I move to approve the proposed Board of Equalization hearing officer recommendations resulting from taxpayer valuation appeals during the 2020 BOE hearings.
Motion by Greg Halliday. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jalen Hawks. Okay, discussion? I'll call for a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Looks like it passed unanimously.
Thanks, you guys.
Small area planning. Resolution to formally initiate proceedings to amend the land use code to integrate recommendations from the small area plan process. Christina Sloan, County Attorney.
You guys are getting very familiar with this section of code that allows us to deny an application, a land use application that's submitted within 180 days of formally initiating proceedings to update the code. You've already looked at one of these today. This is another one that is memorializing all the effort that's going into the small area plan. We have recently received three, not just received, but taken to the council, three land use applications in that area, all of which you guys denied because the planning process is in effect. So we want to reduce the workload for everyone and provide notice to everyone that we have the ability to deny or are likely to deny these applications while we are working on this planning process. So this is a pending ordinance resolution. You've seen a few of these. Let me know if you have questions.
No questions? We've seen a few. Do I have a
Madam
motion?
Chair, I move to approve the proposed resolution to formally initiate proceedings to amend the permitted uses, development standards, and purposes for the resort special zone in LUC sections 2.12 and 3.1 and create scenic resource protection area in new LUC sections 4.8.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Evan. Seconded by Greg. So motion by Evan Clapper, second by Greg Halliday. Discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to discuss. I guess I'm gonna vote for this, but it's I don't know, it's a little bit disturbing to me because this sets the clock again. Earlier in the year, we in the Planning Commission committed to getting this plan done by December, the end of the year. And as you know, there's been one developer who has been waiting and waiting and, you know, has been turned down. And then the last time it came to the council, it got postponed, I believe, indefinitely. But it sets the clock again for another 6 months, which is well beyond the beginning of the year. This developer is proposing a tent, RV tent, camp, park. And I know probably the community does not agree with me on this, but we do have a ton of people camping on BLM lands and trashing it. And yes, I know the user groups may not be the same, but I do view this user group a little bit differently because they can come, they have the ability to come to our area anyway, because they pull their home with them. They're not like the people who come in a car and if the hotels are full, they can't come. They aren't taking up any local housing because it's not a house being used for overnight rentals. And in fact, the developer provides housing for the locals who work at the park. So I just view it a little bit differently. And I, you know, it's a little bit frustrating to me that we're setting the clock again on this particular development. So that's all I have to say. But I do think it's a good idea to not have to keep addressing these over and over and while we get our plan in place. That's all I have. Thank you.
Well, and I appreciate those points. We don't have to use all the time, of course. The point of including the 180 days is that's our boundary by law. As far as I know, the timeframes established by the Planning Commission have stayed the same. So I have not heard that any of those timeframes have been expanded. So I don't know that there's any intention to do so. Certainly from my end, there's no intention to do so. I can speak for me in my office. And I will say this, that it was something we had talked about near the beginning of the process. We received more applications in this area than ever since we started the planning process. And then it became clear to us, oh, we need to do this. And then it took us a little time given everything else to get here. But there's no sinister intent to start the clock late or any of that.
Okay, yeah, and I do grant you that. I don't think that they're trying to move the time back either. So good point. Thank you.
Thank you. We had a motion? I'm getting tired. I don't think we have.
Yes, I made a motion.
We did.
Yeah, we did. Evan made a motion. Greg seconded it. We've had some discussion. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. We are to secure rural school funds. Q. Amending approval of method selections of receiving Forest Service secure rural schools funds and allocating to eligible entities. Chris.
Yeah, so if you recall, we approved sending 100% of SRS funding to the school district. We sent that letter in, and then the Utah State Department of Finance came back with a code citation, which clearly showed that if we go with that selection route, then we have to do a 50-50 split between schools and roads. And so this is a proposal to just re-approve the letter with the 50-50 split as per statute. I don't think we really have any choice in the matter on it. I already did communicate with the school district about it. Probably amount to about a $14,000 to $20,000 difference in their allocation. So that's what this is about. It's kind of my bad that I didn't realize that statute, but I know about it now.
Mayor, I can make a motion.
Thank you.
I move to amend and rescind the letter approved September 15th, 2020, approving the method of selection to receive Forest Service secure rural school funds and allocation and allocation to eligible entities to reflect a statutorily required split of 50-50 between Grand County School Districts and the Grand County Transportation Special Service District.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion by Greg Halliday, seconded by Jaylen Hawks. Discussion.
Does that, is there any interest in upping our commitment to the school district now that it looks like it's being, what we pledged is being cut in half?
What, would you repeat that, Evan?
Well, we had sent a letter with our intent to send all of the Forest Service funds, school funds, to the school district. But if we're only allowed to send 50% of those school funds, does that mean that we're sending the school district half as much as what we told them we were sending them?
Yes, isn't that right?
And
Well,
so,
like, it's only relevant to the SRS funding, which was the
It's not.
lowest, but we did provide them with other funding sources. I don't have it right in front of me, but they got 50%, I think, of the state PILT. And so it's not a reduction of half of what we approved. It's just half of the SRS funding. And so
if we wanted to make up for that somewhere else,
I mean,
Chris,
I could look it up. There's always a possibility to amend the resolution for mineral lease and PILT if you felt like we should do that. So you just let me know and we can put that on the next agenda and amend that if you want to.
I don't know if I want to.
there wasn't any other funding source going to roads that could be rediverted to schools, is there?
Probably.
I wonder you don't have to say now, but if there could be like a 1-for-1 swap, that might be nice. But
could be. I mean, just like I said, if you well, I'll look into that and then
great.
Email out to the commissioners, and then if you decide you want to put it on the agenda, then we can do it.
Yeah, the school district's obviously up to good stuff. I know that they're their own taxing entity, and if they need money, they can raise their taxes. But if you get a minute to look into that, I would appreciate that.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you, Evan. Any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion. Was no more further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. We are through the action items. We are to discussion on special events and COVID-19 event stipulation compliance. Who put this on?
Should we do calendar first?
Oh, did I miss
Calendar items?
calendar? Well, it's after calendar. We could do calendar first. I don't care.
Oh, I see. Oh, no, I'm ahead of myself.
I've done that.
Well,
Who-
wait. Huh.
There's no.
Oh, I see what I did.
I asked for this. I think it'll probably be a me and Chris Barrett team effort. The governor issued these new regulations, which you've heard a good bit about today. There are some changes until the 29th, and that's because there was essentially a 2-week enforcement period where we're trying to get ahead of the COVID spikes. For 2 weeks, there are no large groups allowed over 10 without masks and without a COVID mitigation plan across the state. After the 29th, assuming that this 2-week hold of sorts has done any good, as the regulations are written now, after the 29th, that will apply to groups over 25. It's not any difference here because we had a mask mandate and we're already requiring COVID mitigation plans for special events. But I think it's really important to reconsider our special events process because now the state epidemiologist, Dr. Dunn, has made a determination that events over 25 people are a health risk. So in going through some recent special events at the county, We have really great protocols in place when OSTA is being used, and a county employee is there at all times to ensure compliance and to inspect compliance. And sheriff deputies have had to be called for a couple events and a couple of situations where people got rowdy. So we have proof with our own policies that inspection and enforcement were necessary. So we have some big events coming up, one of which is 600 people. And we started talking, but not at OSTA. So I started asking questions, how do we inspect and ensure compliance at these big events, which could be super spreaders? We get a COVID mitigation plan. Many of them are very complete. Okay, so I'm not questioning that piece of it. My question was, how do we enforce this? How do we inspect this? And then it came to light that we don't have the staff to do that. Now, obviously, if we want to take this seriously, which I think we should, I think the community would appreciate, especially given our spikes, we have to hire staff, and the cost to do that would be paid for by the special event holders. But I just want to have a discussion. I want you guys to be aware of what's happening, that actually these huge events, and we are getting many hundred people events where we're not ensuring compliance other than reviewing a plan in advance. Do we want to reconsider permitting special events right now in this spike? Do we want to hire staff? So the county needs direction. County staff needs direction about how to handle these special events given these issues. Chris, do you want to add? I'm sure you do.
Charlie.
Well, there's sometimes, and I don't know if we want to put a threshold on it if we're going to monitor compliance. But sometimes there are 4 or 5 events going on at the same time. That'd be a lot of staff. And some of these events are multi-day events, and they're spread out all over the place. They're not necessarily in one location, a lot of these races and these kinds of things. So I don't know. I guess, I haven't really got the information yet compiled about what kind of staffing it would take to have a county staff person at every single event and in every location of those events. It would be a lot of people required. And I think, and I brought up in an email, I think the possibility of requiring that the event sponsors designate a compliance officer, which I have seen work really well at the high school mountain bike race. Nobody requested it of them, but they have a staff person that goes around telling people to put their masks on, and also rating all the different teams on their mask compliance, and then kind of publishing report cards, so to speak. So I think there might be some compromise in terms of requiring that the event sponsors do that, although maybe they would just pretend they're doing it and lie to us. I don't know, but the capacity that we have to send staff right now is 0. We're struggling big time right now with code enforcement in general. And so, I haven't done the homework, but if, the commissioners want me to try to evaluate how many staff, how many hours, and all that kind of thing to cover all the events, I can try to do it, but it'd be substantial.
I like the idea of having them have someone assigned to do that. That they're in charge of it, or if they can't do that and provide that, then we charge them what it would cost us to hire somebody or pay one of our staff to spend the extra time. But
how do we know that what they return to us is valid without inspections?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of more on that end of, I think this is our new normal. I think that this isn't changing anytime soon. I think that there's a majority of citizens who are concerned about potential spread from visitors, although we're not seeing a lot of that yet, that without any kind of vaccine or indication that this is going away, I don't want to continue to deny permit applications. And so I would rather figure out a way that we could host events responsibly. And to Chris's point, I don't think we're going to be able to send enforcement and inspection folks to every event that's happening simultaneously. But I think that it may be worth having at least one position, whether that's in the travel council's office or the sheriff's office, that's really focusing on a lot of these issues and questions. And, even if events were expecting a surprise inspection at some point during their event, hopefully that would encourage them to comply more. And
especially if you had you can expect there's possibility you'll have and someone stop by to see if you're in compliance. And if you're not in compliance, you will not be renewed. And your next permit is in jeopardy, or you won't be permitted again. That would put a little sting to it, so that they don't want to.
And I think with
non-compliance.
With the idea that these events, especially during these crazy times, are more of a privilege than a right. I think passing some of those costs on to the event holders is not unreasonable, and maybe there's even an additional bond where if they get a F on their report, that they lose some of the bond stuff, and maybe that would encourage them to,
that's a good idea.
to comply more as well. But I don't have the answers tonight, but I think that with this being the new normal and this not going away, and us recognizing that these events are a contributing factor to our economy, that we want to do that in a sustainable way that I'm not trying to say gouge them and make money off it, but we need a healthy community to be able to continue to host these and foster these, and so we need to ensure that that's possible. So Chris, to your question of crunching some numbers and figuring that stuff out, I would feel comfortable with approving at least one position, either in the sheriff or the travel council, that's just going to kind of deal with these questions. And maybe it is surprise site visits or something else. And then maybe we hear back from them like, oh no, one person isn't going to make a difference. We're going to need 4 sheriffs out there or 4 deputies and all that.
Helicopters.
Yeah. Just mass spray, just
drone surveillance. We should just get some drones.
Yeah.
Well, I like the idea of a special events enforcer / ATV speed limit guy in the sheriff's office.
Okay.
But I also think it makes a lot of sense to put this person in travel council. So I defer to Chris on that.
I mean, one of the benefits of keeping it strictly related to tourism events is that we can use the TRT to pay for it. So
yeah,
and so I'll work with Elaine to try to put together a job description and some cost information for one position. And I do like the idea of not necessarily having them there all the time, but if you inform events, that
they don't know when they're going to show up.
Yeah, and so that's something that will probably keep them more in line. And so I think
especially if they think they're going to lose their rights to have it.
Their privilege.
We can establish some standards, that they have to meet in order to qualify for their permit for next year, for the next event. And so, yeah.
And remind me, do our fees for event permits change with the size of the permit?
I can't remember.
If not, maybe that's something worth looking at. That like if you're trying to permit a 50-person thing versus a 600-person thing, maybe that's where some of these increased costs for us could be offset.
Yeah, I don't think that there is a difference in cost, but you know, if we're gonna do this, then we'll have to retool the special event fee anyway.
Yeah, I
So
definitely think it's worth, whether it's the sheriff or the tourist, you know, something that TRT could offset it for. And I think this is our new normal. So it's worth figuring out.
All right, so I'll get with travel council staff and we'll come up with something.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, now we are to calendar.
Okay, I will keep it brief. One big thing is that our next meeting is not on Tuesday, November 3rd, but rather on Wednesday, November 4th, as scheduled around the election. So make note of that. It will be, it's kind of a new world the next time we meet. So in between that, we will have a special, I'm sorry, not a special meeting, but a joint meeting with the city to hear and hopefully approve the Arches Hotspot Committee's funding proposal. And I'm sure I'm forgetting some other things, but those are the big pieces for the next few weeks. We have some special events that are going forward right now, but it sounds like all of that may change, at least in terms of what we're asking of folks and doing to keep everyone safe. So if there aren't any questions, I will wrap that up.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a closed session.
It's very quick, guys, very quick.
I have a closed session.
Mary,
Okay.
I move to go into closed session for pending or reasonably imminent litigation.
Okay, motion by Jaylen. Do I have second by Gabriel Wojtek? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have to wait for YouTube to be turned off. I'm gonna
Hold on a
leave
sec.
for a second. I'll be right back. Oh, God. You guys are hungry.